100 billion years ago, Lucifer, the Lightbringer, committed the first sin by defying the will of God, and for his sins, he was cast down I guess for a very long time before hitting hell, and he's kind of there now. And I now today, in the current day, commit another sin by talking amicably with a conservative, and for this, my punishment will be, I don't know, probably getting like a few thousand viewers and maybe a few $100. Hey, my friends, my folks, my friends, my friendos, my friendaroonies, my friendonies. Hello, my beautiful comrades. I am delighted to be here with you today. I was 1 minute late. That is true, because fucking Hyena is going to be streaming after me. My hair looks shiny. It's because I just showered. Hyena is going to be streaming after me, and she wanted some help with stream setup, you know? Hey, Cyberwitch Lexi, it's great to see you. Yeah, goddammit, Vosh, get your act together. I know. Hey, folks, we got a lot of nice stuff to go over today. Lots of nice stuff. Now, the nicest of those stuffs, is of course Hunter Avallone, who I think we can all agree is truly a delight, to speak to. I am so happy because the last time I spoke to Hunter Avallone, we argued, and now we can chat. And there's lots of stuff I want to chat with him about. We haven't caught up in a little while. Who knows what's going on in the Avallone world? I've been able to peep into it from afar. But that's not quite the same as getting an up-close conversation with the man himself. But after Hunter Avallone, because I assume my conversation with him will not last 4 hours, that would take a while. Gotcha, Hyena. I will find time to do so. Because after Hunter Avallone, assuming, the convo doesn't last 4 hours, we got lots to talk about, folks. We have to talk about Hillary Clinton and her recent unendorsement of Bernie Sanders. Disgusting, mind you. And given that I am now sexist, if you remember from the Warren arc, I am now sexist. I now hate all women. If you remember from the Warren arc, I'm going to be continuing this with my condemnation of Hillary Clinton. It'll be good. It'll be very, characteristic. We have a letter from a former tankie, an email that was sent to me a little while ago that I've gotten permission to read out loud. It even has an addendum at the behest of the author from a former tankie. It was so well written. It was so compelling. I felt, we're not going back into the tankie arc, but I felt no other choice but to go into it on stream, so hence I asked, And of course, there is a PragerU video where they impugn the very concept of fairness, lots of good content. Let's call Hunter Avallone, That seems like a decent way to start the stream, huh?
Hello.
My man. Hey, Hunter.
How you doing?
I'm doing beautifully. Your voice sounds sonorous. How you doing?
Doing good. Also, who says anything about me not wanting to have a 4-hour long chat?
You're right.
Maybe
I'm sorry
it can be
for
5
being
hours.
sorry for being presumptuous. We are going to run it through 24 hours, the first 24-hour Voss stream. Okay, I just had a protein bar. I'm ready. I've got the nutrients. I hope you're ready. I hope you're not just talking big, because we will run it through.
24 hours is fine with me. That's completely fine.
Oh, the stamina of a live streamer in this prepared content, Andy. I see. Great potential. We'll keep it light. How was your weekend? What did you do for the weekend?
Not too much, to be honest. I worked, wrote a video. I had some friends over.
Nice.
Well, actually, me and my wife are moving very soon. We're buying a house right now, so it's very exciting.
Oh, that's
Um,
fantastic.
yeah, we're really excited. So things have been a little busy with that, but for the most part, other than the move, life has been going pretty well. What about you? How was your weekend?
That was pretty okay. I don't actually. I think for the weekend I just played. I think I just played Dark Souls. I finished. I finally finished the Dark Souls trilogy on stream. We beat.
Okay.
Yeah, we beat Gwyn. We beat. I did it up to Gwyn first try. Calamite first try. Artorias second try. Mana second try. We were really doing it up. And I
Wow.
beat it. Beat the game strong. Yesterday I was super productive. I got a bunch of research done. I've been doing research on immigration and its impact on the economy in preparation for my debate with Sargon, and it is delightful to see that all of the established research completely verifies everything that I previously believed. So
Well,
I'm
yeah.
feeling confident about that.
Excuse me for 1 second.
No, of course.
Had to enter something really quickly. Yeah. No, I really enjoyed your debate with Sargon, actually. I had the chance to talk to him myself, actually, when I did the speech with Turning Point.
Was he there?
So, oh yeah. So what we did is you remember the speech where I talked about how censorship is like a big sham on the right, basically?
Yeah, wait, can you wait, hold on, because this is some of the most based shit you've ever done. Can you inform my audience, please? I've told them, but the
Yeah,
new
sure.
viewers and such.
Sure. So what happened was I used to be, all you guys, everyone watching knows that I used to be a lot more of like the sort of right wing. Like I would just kind of repeat what I heard from other right leaning people. And the thing is I thought I was all based and stuff, but I wasn't really thinking for myself. Um, and so what happened was my opinion on the whole idea of like tech censorship of conservatives totally changed after I just saw the data that like right leaning pages grow significantly faster than left leaning pages and so on. And I was in a tough position because my opinion on this had changed. I no longer really felt like conservatives were like these victims of big tech censorship or anything. I kind of felt like the whole thing was just a fucking lie. And so I had already agreed and I was invited. Well, I guess I was invited, then I agreed to come on to speak at a Turning Point USA event called The Censored. So I was like, oh man, I was like, there's no way in hell I'm gonna get up there and just start, rambling about big tech censorship of
Really
conservatives
quick
when I
though,
don't.
that is such a snowflakey name. I have to say, like imagine like a lefty conference, like the forgotten, the downtrodden. Like you're burying the lead so far with that
Yeah, and
conference
to
title.
to be completely honest, it was from it was through a Turning Point chapter in a college, and they were actually very polite and very accommodating too. But what happened was I decided I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna go and speak there, and instead I'm gonna just bring up the fact that censorship's a myth. And so I got to speak first. I was speaking, and then Sargon was gonna speak. Um, so I went out there, I did my whole speech, which is what started the whole fallout with the alt-right and everything, which is, very a good thing. And yeah, I spoke, I talked about how it was a myth. I talked about how I didn't really think it, like, I talked about the flaws still, like how a lot of these big tech censorships big tech companies lack transparency. And I kind of feel like that makes it a little easier for people to believe that they are being censored because they're not really too clear on the rules. So I went into that a little bit, but I also brought in all the data that showed otherwise. And after I spoke, it was actually kind of funny because Sargon came out and he just like skipped his speech. He was like, you know what? I don't even want to speak. I just want to start the Q&A because he literally had like so much of an issue with everything that I said. And we each had like an opening video that we got to play. So I did like a montage of some of like my edgiest commentary and some of my newer commentary also with my refined viewpoints on some things. And then Sargon's video, it's like this like long like he was trying to do like a comparison to how like the big tech companies censoring conservatives is like equivalent of like fascist government takeovers or something. And I was just like, oh God. And my wife in the crowd was just like, Oh God. So that, I mean, it was honestly a lot of fun, and the audience there was actually pretty receptive because they kind of had to be, because they're all like, yeah, we're conservatives, we're open to the other new ideas and everything. So when I came up there and spoke, they were actually pretty polite about it. I've brought that same opinion to a different panel I was on at what was it called, Minds in Real Life event, where a lot of like the, I guess you'd say, like skeptics were invited.
I'm trying to get
um,
into one of the next minds, one of the next conferences, because I feel like to be a phenomenal like opportunity to shit stir. You know what I mean? I really
yeah,
hope I can.
you should totally try. You know what? I actually know the guy that manages the events. I could always hit him up too and ask him, because that would be really cool if you could come. We should try to get on a panel together too.
Are you fucking kidding? Absolutely. Wait, if you can hook me up with that contact, oh yeah, I would do anything to get in a panel with you. That'd be fucking phenomenal.
Yeah, I think it would be really fun. But that was kind of my first shift of opinions, like publicly, was the censorship thing. So of course, I got some controversy for that, because there are previous videos of mine where I was talking about getting banned from Twitter because I was conservative or something. Like I fully admit, like, I used to peddle a lot of this bullshit stuff. A lot of this bullshit that is just, it's just not supported by the data.
Yeah.
And it's really been telling how quick conservatives run with the whole censorship thing. And it actually really bothers me. Like, I mean, PragerU uses the censorship idea to gain subscribers. Like, I've seen them use it in their marketing
it's
before.
actually crazy how hard they push this. Steven Crowder's done multiple videos, and PragerU is currently in a lawsuit with the state of California.
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
I know.
yeah. And the whole thing, and I went over it on stream with a lawyer. I had a lawyer call in, and the foundations of their lawsuit are complete nonsense. It seems like they have the money to drag it out forever, and they make money off the publicity they get from that
Right.
inevitably, doomed lawsuit. And I want to say, by the way, just to clarify, and I know you agree with this, there is definitely like a systemic issue with the fact that tech companies that are beholden to no one except their investors are capable of basically completely exercising like discretion over the content of internet political discourse. I think everyone can agree that's a huge issue. But the narrative that they're like did like targeting conservative actors is it's not backed up by data.
Right. And
Yeah.
what I've argued with a lot of conservatives also, I'm like capitalism, guys. These tech companies want to make money. They want as many people as possible on their platform. Like, YouTube didn't even do anything with demonetization until the mainstream media attacked them for monetizing like edgy content. Well, and some of the content was actually like, terrible.
One of
shit that shouldn't
Reddit's
have been
biggest subreddits for a really long time, one of the largest, was Jailbait, and it was host to. Were you on Reddit back in those days?
I've never really got into Reddit that much.
It was crazy. This one of the biggest sites in the English-speaking web, and one of the largest subreddits, hundreds of thousands of people. It was all just about posting like sexy pictures of underage girls in clothing, and there was a whole black market of child pornography going on in the background, and Reddit left this untouched for years until the press finally started to dig into it. Like, the companies don't give a shit what's going on as long as they're making money from it and they're not getting too much negative publicity. That's all.
Exactly. So it doesn't make sense that these big tech companies are conspiring to somehow remove like conservative content. And I don't know if you know who Joel Patrick is.
Patrick. No, I recognize that name.
He's honestly, me and him used to be friends, but he's just another typical like black conservative grifter. And so me and him recently got in an argument. I challenged him to come on a live stream with me and debate me on the censorship issue. He lost, of course, but he was trying to argue that. So remember the what was it? The recent shooting that happened in Texas where there were like good guys with a gun that stopped the shooter.
Yeah, like the one, like the every the 1 in 10 chance like the good guy with a gun thing actually pans out. Yeah.
Right. And so he had posted a video of the guy, like the bad guy, getting shot, and then Instagram had removed it and he was claiming that it was conservative censorship. So I was like, Joel, stop being an idiot. I was like, you're not, well, I didn't think he was stupid at the time, but now I've been proven wrong on that. But I was like, Joel, you're not stupid. I was like, it was because you can't post videos of people getting shot on Instagram. It has nothing to do with you being a conservative.
I
It's just,
uploaded 24 hours of unedited ISIS beheadings as evidence of Islamic terror to PBS, and they took the segment down. And this is evidence of conservative censorship. They won't let me get my message out about the threat Islam poses to the West. Yeah, I just like any excuse, right? Like any excuse to
and it's
like self-victimize.
it's just, yeah, it really, and it's really sad too, because these people, like, they peddle the censorship thing over and over again, but when they're actually confronted with the data, they just shut down. Like, they have literally no arguments. And it was so apparent when I was debating Joel Patrick, because he just had no arguments. I kept saying, I was like, why is the data showing conservatives are growing faster? Why is the data showing that conservatives are like the biggest pages on Facebook? I mean, fuck, there's been data that shows like Fox News performs just as well as other news outlets. And I've gone into like extensive detail into this on my Project Veritas video on the reason, the way that these for example, like the way Google shows you search results, like accurate search results, are based on like an algorithm that was created back in the 90s, and it's based on, now obviously I'm oversimplifying this, but it was based on link-ins.
Sure,
so,
it's
like,
incredibly complicated in the back end, yeah.
Right. But like generally speaking, it's based on how many other articles or other sources of, I guess, other media are linking to your article. That's what sort of dictates how like Google searches,
which is genius for some of the back end like conservative outlets, because a lot of these are like rampantly incestuous productions where they will inlink with like a blog post will link to a blog post, will link to Breitbart, will link to like Daily Caller, which will link to the daily, and that'll link back to the blog post, and it turns into a self-contained web of relevance with no like sort of external backing.
And that's why when you Google stuff, Breitbart and Fox News and shit comes up at the top of the search results all the time. So for like the whole censorship thing is just one of the biggest shams. And it's also really surprising how mad a lot of the conservatives get when I talk about this. And I tell them, like, because what they'll say is, they're like, well, what about this guy that got banned? Or what about this person that got banned? And I'll just turn it around on them. And I'm like, well, if a feminist said that she like got paid less at McDonald's, it's not proof that there's like a systemic wage gap, right? So like, I'll try to use their talking points back at them to show how illogical it is. And I don't know, it's been really, really quite a trip.
No,
it was also,
I imagine it's been a riot, and not to mention, you know, you've gotten a lot of condemnation like from the alt right as well, not just like sort of more milquetoast conservative organizations.
Yeah, because it's the alt-right that's getting banned, and they've led a lot of people to believe that the alt-right is the equivalent of conservatives. So when alt-righters are banned, it means conservatives are getting banned.
You know what this reminds me of? Really, really quickly. Did you? I don't know, like if you're in this sphere at all. Did you see or even hear about the debate between Destiny and Mike Enoch?
I only heard about it because I heard you talk about it.
Gotcha. Yeah, Mike Enoch, host of the Daily Shoah, a neo-Nazi. Shoah means Holocaust in Hebrew. Anyway, towards the end of the discussion, Mike Enoch was trying to prove a point about how like conservative or like he would calls it, you know, pro-white. Of course, that's like how Nazis call themselves. How his pro-white friends were getting arrested for nothing. Like they would show up at rallies and like they had a few texts between each other being like, yeah, we're gonna fuck him up, dude, or whatever, but nothing illegal. And they got arrested, and there were like no witnesses were presented at trial, and they were just thrown in. He was making it sound like it was you know, like a kangaroo court basically. And it's really difficult to disprove those up front, but after the fact, people looked it up, and the specific friends he were referring to, not only did they plead guilty to the charges presented to them in court, but there was extensive evidence of them not only planning targeted violence, but actively engaging in harassment and violence against protesters. He just completely skipped it over.
Right.
And it speaks to the victim mentality of these types. Not because I think he genuinely believed it when he said it. Like he could watch a friend crack an Antifa protester over the head with like a beer bottle, and as that guy gets arrested, he'll think like, this is conservative censorship.
He did nothing wrong.
He did nothing wrong. I think they actually believe it when they say it. I don't know if it's all like planned dishonesty. It's crazy.
I think that a lot of people in the far right, the problem is that it's so easy. Like, actually, you said something that I agreed with. It was wonderful what you said. It was I'm trying to remember. You said there's no amount of mediocrity that conservatives won't embrace, or something like that. On how, and I agree so much with that, because all you have to do is just repeat the same conservative talking points, and you will literally be accepted, promoted, given money, you get lots of followers. Like, it's so cringy to me to see these people like fucking Caitlyn Bennett, and there's this girl Alex Clark.
Oh
who
man,
does this.
the Caitlyn Bennett saga has been is truly divine, almost a gift to everyone who's not like a lunatic conservative. There is no qualification that she has to be doing any of this. No charisma, no journalism degree, nothing.
I know.
and still hundreds of thousands of views on her videos. It's just like you just have to throw anyone out there.
It doesn't matter that, like, and again, I don't want to shit talk like all conservatives, because a lot of my followers are still conservatives, and there's also a lot of people who are like more right leaning, but they're still just like, they're just like kind of your casual, like, Republican, conservative, sort of center. But like, for a lot of people on the right, all they see is, they're like, a girl, she's pro-gun, and she's interviewing, haha, dumb liberal, libtard wrecked.
Yeah.
And that's just enough to like subscribe, like, comment, here's some money. Like, it's so cringy. And then what makes me really mad too, I'll be honest, this is like me kind of just whining, I guess, but it kind of bothers me when people call me a grifter, because I'm like, guys, if I were a grifter, I wouldn't be like open about changing my opinions on things when presented with like substantial data.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that there are a lot of grifters on the right, but I also think a lot of people on the right honestly do believe what they're saying. And that's always been the boat that I was in, which I know it does, some of the shit that I used to say, especially about trans people, it doesn't make it any better, that I did believe that. But the thing is like, some conservatives, they're just in it for the money, like Dave Rubin.
Yeah, Dave Rubin. Candace Owens is another like really probably a really
Candace Owens is so insufferable. Oh, it's so fucking annoying to me. But then there's other ones who are like, I really do think that they're a little more genuine, a little more honest. I think, to be honest, that Ben Shapiro is. I think Ben Shapiro can be a bit like a pretty big dipshit, but he's a little bit of a better representation.
I think Ben Shapiro is honest. Yeah, I don't think Ben Shapiro is, for the most part, a liar. I think he's like a spoiled little like overprivileged brat who got told that he's big brain like his whole way through life, and now the idea of like self-checking is inconceivable to him. So he'll just say whatever dumb shit comes to the top of his mind as an immediate rebuke to whatever he's listening to, but he believes it. He's not deliberately going through the process of recognizing what he's saying is dishonest and then going through with it anyway. I think he actually is an honest actor. Not that means very much, I do want to say, by the way, because I agree, and I've said this before. So I'm not a conservative, and I haven't been a conservative for a really long time. Not since I was like an adult, But so I don't want anyone to be conservative, But I recognize people are always going to have different political opinions, and that's fine, and that's a good thing too, because that's a necessary part of sort of diegetically arriving at good political decision making. But if you're a conservative in this country, there's no good outlet for you. There are no good figures for you to aspire to, because most of the online right-wing circuit are either Nazis or grifters, and the ones that aren't either are sometimes batshit. There are some good people out there. I'm not denying that, unquestionably.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt like you were when I watched your videos, because I thought there was a sincerity with which you addressed your points that I think is bereft in many other conservative figures. Even if I disagreed with you, I still respect that. Character is important. But
Thank you.
sometimes it just feels like there's no way to actually be a good conservative in this country, or at least no way to arrive at that position easily, because all you have set up in front of you are bad role models. You have hideously cruel people, for example, like Steven Crowder. For the whole point of his program is teaching the audience to hate and think nothing of the people he derides, whether they be immigrants or trans people.
I hate Crowder. To be honest, I've always disliked Crowder. Like, I always found him really insufferable, and I always would be bothered because people used to compare me to him a lot.
Yeah.
Now I see the comparison a little more, but I've always hated Crowder, but especially recently, some of his newer content has been just so insufferable, and it bothers me too, because so many conservatives are just loving him for what? Just because he says what they want to hear.
Yeah, I mean, and sometimes that's all you really want from a figure. I recognize that. I recognize that I lead into that too. There are probably tons of people who just watch me and they don't care about like the behind the scenes thought process. They just care about like, if I owns the conservative, and they feel like smart for agreeing with me. And I don't like that. I think people should aspire to relate to their content a little better.
But you also do a good job at sort of challenging your own ideas, and you also challenge other people within the left, which I think is something really good. Like, whenever I try to challenge people on the right, I'm always accused of like, why are you dividing people? We all should be unified. Blah, blah, blah.
Hey, me too, buddy. I'm so glad I get to relate on this to you, because for a lot of people, when they see me like criticize the left, they feel like I'm betraying them or something, rather than trying to actually adhere to the principles we're supposed to care about. And I guess, I mean, you've been getting like a ton of that too yourself.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And what I keep saying too is I'm like, guys, like the conservatives were like, they're always talking about winning the culture war. So if you want to win the, quote, culture war, don't you want to have the best ideas and be able to improve your ideas and be able to look inward and like take data in and adapt? How are you planning on winning the culture war if you can't do that? So I would be curious to hear.
Oh, sorry. No, please.
Oh, well, all I was going to say is I'd be curious to know what some people who are more right-leaning would say about that.
I mean, if you go far enough right-leaning, what they'll probably say to you is, how does anal sex win the culture war? Or how does anal sex help us win the culture war? You know,
how does spending 10 hours with a cat boy help win the culture war?
True. God, how do you? Okay, so I want your opinion on this. Okay, so the alt-right so Nazis have been part of the sort of American political process for as long as Nazis have been around. There have always been, from the small town, like Midwestern cops who secretly, have like Mein Kampf in their closet, to politicians who like basically enact like white nationalist policies to the best of their extent while keeping things white. They've always been there. But the alt-right is a relatively new phenomena, and this attempt to co-opt the legitimacy of conservatism, because you hear this with these types, we're the real conservatives. What's conservative about gay marriage? What's conservative about trans people? What's conservative about immigration? And to them, conservatism has never really meant to conserve the past. It's always been like sort of an ideological mishmash, just in the same way that liberal has never really meant like perfectly adhering to the principles of the Enlightenment. So terms are usually disanalogous to what they are originally meant to represent. But to them, conservative apparently means like tradcon or like a reassertion of a white 1950s America where women knew their place, when immigration was kept to the swaths of the ghettos. And that to them that's now an alt-right position. But 70 years ago, that was a mainstream political position. And it's insane that in such a short period of time, these people, I think it speaks to our progress, if anything, that in such a short period of time, these people have gone almost from the norm to being like Nazi adjacent, and they've been harassing you too, which is funny because you adhere to the principles of trad connery better than almost any other political figure, to my knowledge. You, pardon me if I'm mistaken here, you married young, you know,
Yeah.
you have kids, you're buying a house. You're like you're living the dream.
That's yeah, and it's actually pretty funny too because I posted a photo the other day on my Instagram showing that me and my wife just got our marriage license, and like that we were getting so much shit for it. And the thing with the alt right is like they have done such a good job at I'm trying to figure out how to articulate this, but at like no matter what, you can never really like they will always deny the accusation of them being alt right or them being anything like I don't know. Take over the conversation, Vosh.
No, I just had two back-to-back debates with Fuentes fans. I was playing Dark Souls. It was a busy
Oh,
night.
I watched them both. Don't
Yeah,
worry.
these people are delusional. Like, hey, we're not neo-Nazis. We're paleo conservatives. All right, what's the difference? Well, we want to restrict immigration, bring things back to the way they used to be. Okay, do you want a white America? Well, yeah, of course, the way things used to be. Okay, do you think the Jews are orchestrating an international conspiracy to destroy the white race via immigration, economic? Well, yeah, of course. They run from the label, and the one guy who I was talking to, he was like, I'm not a neo-Nazi. I'm not a neo-Nazi. That's crazy, dude. And I think he was trying to convince himself more than he was trying to convince me. Like that's the final step for him, you know? Like he's gone this far. He's this crazy already. And the one thing, the only like vestige of sanity he's able to latch onto in these dark times is convincing himself that he's not actually a fucking Nazi. The amount of ideological incoherence with these people is crazy. You used to be religious, did you not?
Yeah, way back I did.
Like 3 or 4 years ago, or what's the time
No,
frame?
probably like let me think here. It's 2020 now. I had kind of been questioning the religion and stuff since like the end of 2015, and by the mid 2017 I had like publicly distanced myself from all religion.
Gotcha. Yeah, because I can never address that angle, because if a person is like in a religious sense, like just abhorrently disgusted by gay people or anal sex or whatever, I can't argue against the fundamental irrationality of like, you know, of like theological justification for one's
I can.
predilections. You could. I can't.
I've actually started a lot of shit with some of my the more right leaning followers that I have because I actually don't think the Bible condemns gay marriage. So a lot of conservatives, you know, use that very frequently. But the go-to verses that they use, for one, there's one with Lot's people. Basically, me and my wife did some research, and it looks much more like what the Bible is describing is the act of sodomy to degrade or like rape, rather than like a consensual gay relationship. So, I mean, that's obviously, again, oversimplifying it. And I'm not here to defend the Bible by any means, because there's a lot of fucked up verses in the Bible that are you cannot defend.
Of course, yeah. But the point is, like, they'll misinterpret even the passages that they use to reinforce their points.
Right, and it's funny too because they'll use the Leviticus verse about like stoning someone who's gay or something, and then only like a few verses after that they talk about welcoming foreigners as your neighbor. But they never, you know, like
they
you never hear about
you
never hear
gotta
about
really
that part.
Twist the text, you know, to get all this anti-gay, anti-trans, whatever. But a plain reading makes Jesus's opinions on immigrants and the poor pretty straightforward. You know, you don't have to get much into the weeds to figure out what his opinions would have been on stuff like immigration, you know, or welfare. But again, arguing with these people, they're at least the alt-right, like Christians or Catholics, they're fucking crazy. So,
well, a lot of people just the thing is I don't care if people are religious. I mean, my whole thing is just freedom. I want people to be able to live their lives how they please. But so many people use their religion to just enforce really bad ideas like homophobia and transphobia and so forth. Like I see a lot of people, it's like, are you homophobic because you're Christian, or are you just using the Bible as a proxy to be homophobic?
This is my hot take, my personal opinion. Maybe you disagree with this because you've been religious. I was never. I was raised in an agnostic family. Um, maybe this is cringe. My personal opinion is that nobody actually uses religion to do anything. That everything a person would have already done, it's something that they already would have done. They just use religion to justify it. So misogyny, or like the taking wives as slaves, back in the older days, or the treatment of apostates, or the treatment of immigrants, or all the things that people have used religion to justify, the Crusades, all of it. It just seems like things that would have fit into like a completely a-religious hierarchy of power differentials and control, and that religion just makes for a convenient excuse. No one actually uses religion to do anything. It's just a post hoc justification of things they already wanted to do.
Exactly. And I see that happen a lot, and it's really fucked up, to be completely honest. I mean, I used to be like, coming from that place, I can be open about how I used to be blatantly and publicly anti-gay marriage, and I would always just use religion to justify that. I mean, there are like way back in 2015, so this was back before I really had any like following. I made posts. I'm not proud of it at all, but I mean, I made posts like talking, like citing the Leviticus verses and talking about how, like, when gay marriage was just legalized, I made a post. I was like, "Oh, this is an abomination," kind of shit.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Americans going, straight to hell. Yeah, so
They're gonna start. What was it? People are gonna start marrying their dogs.
Which I'll have it know, contrary to what some may believe, I do not support that, actually. Marriage abolition with dogs, too. Dogs can marry each other, though. I think, Hunter, opinions?
Dogs, yes, can marry each other as long as they're both white dogs and there's not like a black and a white dog marrying.
Yeah, I wouldn't want any mutts in our glorious, canine ethno state.
White canine ethno state.
I think you've more than compensated. Okay, listen, I could be misremembering here. I think you compensated for all of whatever previous homophobia you may have engaged in, because I remember seeing on Instagram, it was after you had riled up your alt-right supporters and you were goading them about having had like anal sex or something. Am I misremembering, or am I?
Yeah. I mean, look, you got to get on Instagram, because that's where I do all my shit posts.
I follow your Instagram. I just don't do anything with Instagram. I don't use it.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, no, I posted. I'll read it right here. This was back when I kind of publicly came out I was like, yeah, like I'm pro-gay now. I'm not going to pretend to be anything differently. And then I posted to everyone whining about my support for gay marriage. I just sodomized my wife, and it was great.
So confirmed then, anal sex actually does help win the culture war.
I mean, let's be honest. You said it yourself. I'm literally living more of the tradcon lifestyle than a lot of these alt-right cucks are themselves. And yes, so yes, anal sex can help win the culture war.
It's actually crazy, because when you go over all of these people, like how hard they're missing the chance to live their life. God Almighty. Steven Crowder, I'm pretty sure is bisexual, and I remember reading from somewhere, some reporter, someone had like confided, apparently like he sleeps with trans women. That's not to make fun of him, just like with how much he shits on trans people, Blair White is a self-hating trans woman, Sargon of Akkad.
I fucking hate Blair White too, by the way.
Fucking worthless piece of shit.
I've gone so back, and I'll be honest too, because I want to be really transparent with this, because I recognize that since I'm publicly shit talking Blair, she has the ability to post DMs of me and her where I asked her to do a collab with me not that long ago. And I will be open and transparent about that, because I was kind of on the fence with her. But no, her recent content, especially, it's so fucking disgusting. I hated it. Actually, like, made me physically ill, the fact that when she was talking about the gender, like them removing the female signs off the tampon packages, her rebuttal to that was, it's just kind of annoying.
No, no,
I'm
no,
like,
no. She's a horrible fucking human being. She doesn't give a fuck about trans people. The only trans
no,
person she gives a
it's not
self
even that. She doesn't give a fuck about arguments either.
or
Like,
any yeah. She doesn't give a shit about anything other than being like fucking daddy conservatives, little good trans. You know, so all the followers in the YouTube comments can be like, "Oh, you're the one good one, so beautiful. You don't even look like a man." That's it. Like it's just
I know,
a slippery
and it
slide
doesn't
of
make
self
any.
hatred. Yeah.
I'm actually like I've done some research on Blair, and she's just an all around horrible person. Like, there's actually some stuff I'm planning on releasing soon about she apparently falsely accused someone of being a pedophile and got the person so much harassment and hate they had to like change all their social media accounts, all because Blair was just like off the cuff just calling people pedophiles or something.
Just casually thrown it. I heard about that. I don't know the details, but I did hear about that.
God, no, I
No fucking
fucking hate Blair
principles. No,
White. And
she's
what I
horrible.
really like too is like, if she wants to, if she takes issue with me shit talking her publicly, she can debate me, but I know she won't, because she would absolutely get decimated by me, because I actually have the ability to create arguments and argue from a position where her best arguments are like, oh, well, you don't look like a woman. You're ugly.
I debated Blair White once, and the issue was so. I'm very strong in my opinion that I can sometimes do more good with amicability than I can with like harsh condemnation. It's why I'm comfortable talking to you. You're my like only fucking fave conservative. I love you, buddy. I hoped maybe that something like that could happen with Blair White. So when I set things up with her, you know, because and maybe this is sexism on my part. Okay, it might actually be, because I thought, because Blair White's, you know, like fucking girl, and she does like the bimbo aesthetic. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
With like the big lips and stuff. So I thought like, okay, maybe this is a person I can reach across. This isn't like some crazy like Sargon type or whatever. And the conversation we had was worthless and nothing was accomplished. And then only afterwards did I find out like the extent of her sins against decency. And if I could go back and do it, I would have torn into her the entire time. I would have made her cry. I'm pretty sure I could make her cry pretty easily if I could go back, because she was unprepared for like the harsh shit, and I knew it, so I tried to stay soft. I should have torn right the fuck into her. I fucking hate Blair White, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I tore into her
shit.
for her when she debated Jessica Yaniv. Half the debate was just her calling Yaniv ugly.
Yeah, and I'm pretty. Yeah, you're ugly.
And
I'm
I was
pretty.
like, is this a joke? So I made a post about it. Of course, all my fans were mad at me,
Right.
which is basically just all I'm doing now is getting people mad at me. But Blair White like hit me up, and she was like, "We would be so much better as allies. Why are you criticizing me?" Blah blah blah. And I'm like, because your debate style is shit. Like,
All
and
she
at
wants
the time,
is the validation. That's all she gives a fuck about.
yeah, no, it's really a shame too, and it is a little bit frustrating too to just see the fact that she's so popular for putting such minimal effort into all of her content. Like, she makes the most basic cliche shit videos, and then she's like getting like hundreds of thousands to millions of views on every video. I'm like, good for her. Like, you know, it's always like it's nice to see someone achieve like a high level of YouTube success, but it's like, at what cost? You're just regurgitating what people want you to hear. And I think that Blair, to be honest, I think Blair White is the type of person who is a complete grifter. I don't think she has any fucking principles. And that's been made really apparent too by the fact that she, like when she was debating Shapiro, she was all like, oh, well, pronouns are about utility. We should use pronouns because it makes more sense, blah, 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 blah. But then when she did a video on Yaniv and was respecting Yaniv's pronouns, she cut in with like this like half-assed recorded thing where she was like, hey guys, I know people are going to be mad that I'm using the preferred pronouns, but I'm just doing that so I don't get in trouble with YouTube. It's like she doesn't believe anything that she says.
She cares about the utility of pronoun usage when it refers to her. The only solace that I can get from Blair White as a person is the knowledge that she's fucking miserable. She seems like the type of trans girl to like go to bars to like hit up like transphobic straight dudes because the validation of getting fucked by a straight dude dude, even if like the straight dude like thinks she's disgusting, is like the what gets off in her head. I know this type of person. There's a severe insecurity that can be for some people that can only be quenched with the validation of those you would expect to be hated by, and I think that's her entire YouTube career.
I don't even know if she realizes it. I don't know if she's like conscious about the fact that she's a grifter, or if she's just doing purely what's getting her money and views. I don't really know. I don't really care. I just know that she doesn't believe anything she says. And her whole you're right, her whole shtick is basically just being like the bimbo trans type. She's also like, if you watch any of these sort of like Jeffree Star type YouTubers, she's very obviously trying to be like the yes queen type.
Yeah, exactly.
It's so fucking cringy because it feels super fake when she does it.
I've got the tea and I'm gonna spill it. Yeah. The aesthetic, you know. We can talk with her about cultural appropriation later, I suppose. But the
hey, something. Sorry to interrupt you. Something I would like to bring up if you get a chance. I've seen someone in the chat saying it's from the snarky lesbian, saying, "Has Hunter Avallone really changed because YouTube content is still really toxic looking?" I would just like to address that comment and say, before you judge based purely on like titles, then you should actually watch the videos, because you have to remember that I'm considering myself a free thinker at this point, which means I don't really align fully with the right or the left personally. So my content might look similar to the content I used to make.
Also,
but a lot of the material is a lot different and heavily improved. For example, like my video on incels, I used that video actually as a proxy to sort of introduce the concept of toxic masculinity without ever saying toxic masculinity.
Yeah, I also want to point out to my followers, like, please do keep in mind like whose stream you're currently watching. I have streams titled "Raging Out Over White Feminism," "Reeing at Femoids," destroying black conservative, like Nick Fuentes is gay out of the closet. We need to stop with the Mayo side joke. Like the way you couch a video. And I have multiple videos like making fun of like feminists here, like liberal feminists. The way you couch like a video's content in like in a given title or in a certain way can have a huge impact on the way in which people approach it, the way they perceive it initially. And if your goal is to introduce people who are not typically accustomed to a given argument to that argument in a way that will make them amicable towards it, sometimes the juxtaposition between the tone of the title and the tone of the video is necessary. And I've seen Hunter's newer videos, and I completely agree with the way in which he pursues this, and I very much like it.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, if you saw a video by me called "Truth About People," that certainly sounds very offensive. But then watching it, it was an extensive debunking of race science. So a lot of the stuff comes off kind of like that edgy clickbait style, but I'm presenting different ideas. And a lot of the thing, like something I wanted to talk about is I know that you are aware of my like recent switch on the gender issue.
Yeah, no, hit me up. With regards to trans people or.
Well, yeah, like I was kind of already coming around to the concept of trans people. For a little while, I was like, it kind of went like this. I was like completely anti-trans way back, like when I did the Truth About Transgenders video, which I have deleted that video. I no longer stand by that.
Oh, by the way, huge props to that, by the way. Deleting videos you no longer agree with is such a fucking power move. Most people don't do that. I really respect that. I just want to say.
Well, to be honest, I mean, I'm not here to like, jerk myself off on your stream.
No, I'll jerk you off. That's a freebie from me. That one.
Thank you.
You can leave that one.
Yeah, I've deleted actually. Now it was I'll be honest. I did have a little bit of stuff to gain here. Is YouTube cracked down on some of their rules. So part of that, I did go through and purge some of my content. But I also, my most recent purge, I purged videos that I thought could be on the line, but also videos that I no longer agree with. So over the course of last year, I've deleted roughly like 20 million views on my channel. um, of content that I no longer like or stand by. The biggest video I deleted was answers for gay people, where I really don't like the approach I took with that any longer.
I
And
remember that one. That was a
yeah, I deleted
classic.
that one. That video was my second most viewed video. Like that video had almost 3 million hits. So the thing is like I'm not gonna keep videos up that I no longer agree with. And the reason for this, and this is kind of what I wanted to get into, um, even like going back to my shift on like my change of opinion on gender and everything,
Mhm.
um, it's because my channel, I never created my channel to make money. My channel never existed for me to make money, or like, of course, I want to get views, but my channel
Right.
never existed for me to purely get views. I created my channel because I had really strong opinions about a lot of different things, and I wanted somewhere that I could authentically share my beliefs. So what I've been telling to some of my fans who are really upset with my recent sort of change is if I'm kind of backed into a corner, if I'm no longer able to express my authentic beliefs, then my channel's lost all purpose. I don't exist on YouTube to share right-leaning talking points or left-leaning talking points. I exist on YouTube to share what I believe, and I back up my beliefs on data. So
No,
the whole thing.
I need to say, by the way, like that's an incredibly respectable position, and I relate to it quite a bit. I feel like, and this is something that I've struggled with in the lefty sphere as well. So, so obviously, in my personal opinion, I think the lefty sphere of politics on and YouTube, is far and away quite a bit healthier than the conservative space. My
Mhm.
bias showing, of course, but even with that being the case, I often feel like sometimes lefty types, especially on YouTube, will make a decision after kind of checking in with the group to make sure it's
Mhm.
like the right opinion to have. So
Right.
so right, so sometimes people will they'll adopt like wildly irrational positions, and they'll push for it, and they'll push for it, and they'll push for it in spite of contrary evidence. And it happens in waves across the communities of left-leaning content creators, and it can
Mhm.
be very, very frustrating because I like the authenticity of having a channel. It's so cool that we get to do this, Hunter. I mean,
Right.
you've been
No,
doing this
it really is.
longer than I have. You know better than I do. Any other medium in the history of the existence of mass media would have censored both of us. We can't do what we do on TV. Not the way we do it, at least. We can do a watered down version, maybe. We can't do this on TV. We can't do
Right.
this on radio. We could write books, I guess. Sure. But this is really special. And to compromise
Mhm.
the authenticity of the medium is, I think you're doing yourself a disservice more than anyone else.
How so? Oh yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with
Yeah.
you. I mean, I can't like I've tried before to well, no, I guess no, I really haven't. I mean, I've always tried to stick with what I authentically believe, which is a blessing and a curse because at the flip side, a lot of the shit that I said in the past, it's kind of disheartening to know that I like truly believe that, but at least I'm able to acknowledge that, it was bullshit and that now my views are different. So like I used to be just completely, trans people are gross, they're weird, they're just degenerate. Like I wouldn't really say degenerate. I kind of used to think trans people were just batshit insane, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of that also just came from like a complete lack of understanding that like of the difference between sex and gender.
Mhm.
Um, and also, I think that you would be the first one to agree with this. The left isn't always the best representation of their ideas.
I think I can reasonably say that. There are a lot of really bad advocates for trans people out there. Um,
Yeah, and I think that like and see a lot of times people see my content where I still can be critical of the LGBT community and they think, "Oh, Hunter's just still the transphobe. He still hates trans people. He's not different or anything." But that's because I think there are some very serious flaws in the LGBT community still, and the biggest one being the LGBT community and sort of the left surrounding the LGBT community can be really dogmatic where they sort of like how dare you even question this? Like, just believe, like, this is what I've said. You respect me if I say respect me. Like, a lot of the times, especially if you're in more of a right leaning environment and you're already skeptical of this stuff, to have it just sort of, I hate to use the shove down your throat thing, but to have it just sort of like believe it or else.
No. I think that's fair. Yeah. So, and there's an important distinction to make. Gay people aren't being shoved down anyone's throat. Some people like to say that, like, oh, like they see like
I used to say that shit. So
yeah. Like they see, like they watch like a Kroger's commercial where two like dudes in Christmas sweaters share a cup of coffee together while one of their arms is wrapped around the other. It's like, oh, the gays are shoved down my throat. That's ridiculous, of course. But there are unquestionably some advocates for the LGBT community who are, and this is one of the worst holdovers from the Tumblr era of left-leaning political advocacy, the "you aren't entitled to my explanation" era.
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah. So on one hand, I get it. Like explaining things like all the time is exhausting. A lot of trans people get asked questions all the time. I get that. Whatever. Take care of yourself. But if you're doing political advocacy, it actually is your job, as a matter of fact, to explain things to people. And we had this like wave of people who simultaneously believed it was bigoted to not support LGBT rights. Well, yeah, sure. Cool. But also believed that to deign to explain why one should support LGBT rights is an indignity to their humanity. So we get,
which is so wrong,
the worst possible advocates, because a lot of people who are anti-LGBT really do operate on misconception. A lot of them really are just like scared or like a little grossed out or whatever. But abject hatred, in my experience, is fairly rare. I think convincing can do a lot of work.
Right, and I think you're right on with that. I do think that a lot of people, their dislike for trans people does come from not only a lack of understanding, but also because their main experience with trans people is much more so the dogmatic sort of like LGBT advocates rather than just your casual trans person
I encounter them. And I encounter them all the time too. The worst experience I ever had. So really quickly, I don't know. Did you ever hear about like my Thought Slime meltdown stream by chance? Just like through the grapevine.
I don't think so.
Okay, that's probably for the best. The gist of it is I got in a kerfuffle online, and what really kicked things off for me, what really flipped my switch, is I was arguing on Twitter about my opinion on gender abolition, just gender issues. Why do I have my opinion? Sometimes it's out of line with maybe, I guess, the hegemonic idea of how we should be pursuing gender parity in the world. I don't know. I have my opinions, and there was one particular person on Twitter who was I spent 2 hours. I stayed up late talking to them, and they were incessant. They would reply the moment I replied. They were very engaged in this, and they only had one thing to say, and it was that as a cis person, I don't get to have an opinion on this. Over and over, they would say, you should listen to the trans people on this issue. And I would respond, correctly. I could go on my Discord right now and find 400 trans people who agree with me. Can you dredge up 400 trans people? And they're like, listen. No. It's not about your fans. It's about you. You should listen to trans people. This went on for 2 hours, and it infuriated me so much that the next day I streamed and yelled at people for 4 hours, and I lost a lot of friends. But there are a lot of people like this. And it's a huge detriment. And that is identity politics. It is, and we give ground to hatred and to bigotry when we don't even put a facsimile of an effort up to meaningfully argue against it. Right.
And the thing is a lot of the time, like something that I'm really trying to do is, I use my Instagram for like shit talking. So if you're looking for good arguments, I wouldn't recommend going to my Instagram. But if I were ever going to like debate anybody or anything that I talk about on my YouTube, especially, I try to explain the concept of transgenderism from the position. Like I really do understand what it's like to at one point think trans people are like disgusting attention seekers who are just like delusional and need help, to go from that to going from like, yeah, I'm fine with trans people and I'm fine with like respecting pronouns and whatnot. And that takes a lot of time. That's like a big shift. I get that. But that's why a lot of the times when I discuss these issues now on my channel, I'm trying to take the approach of like, how would I explain this to me a few years ago?
Yeah, and I think that too. How can I create arguments that would have appealed to edgy 15-year-old libertarian Vosh? You know,
Right.
right? 'Cause nobody was born this way. You know, to my knowledge, I should really quickly to address concerns in chat because we're talking about the LGBT community. Just to confirm, you are straight, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Much to the disappointment I know of many of you.
I'm sorry, Vosh. I know that was really you. You were probably just asking yourself.
Yeah, no one in chat brought. I was just like, oh shit, I gotta find an excuse. Chat's moving quickly. No one will notice. Nobody asked.
There you go.
Yeah, it's um um with regards not we notice things. Shut the fuck up. With regards not to that, but sort of broadly towards the LGBT community. So I agree there are issues with it, but with trans people, and trans people come up a lot with in online political discourse these days, I think, because they're kind of like a litmus test for how progressive a person is, even though admittedly it's relatively like small issue compared to broader, you know, political issues,
Right.
racism,
Right.
you know, broader sexism. There aren't many trans people, at least relative to the general population, but it comes up a lot, and I get why it does, because they're like the canary in the coal mine. If a person is pro-trans, they're probably anti-racism, anti-sexism, so on and so forth. It's like you're already everything, you know, further over if you're pro-trans. What led you, I guess, to start to reconsider some of your positions on trans people?
Well, you definitely played probably the biggest role in that, to be completely honest.
Oh, thank
Because
you.
yeah, I know you just wanted to hear me say it, but what happened was you actually got me in like a really good time for our first debate. Um, and I know we kind of chatted privately. I kind of explained this, but I'll explain it for the viewers
Yeah,
too.
please.
Basically, what happened was, uh, I mean, you know, we had me and my then girlfriend got pregnant unplanned. I've gone into talked a little bit about this too on my channel, so
Yeah.
don't get too excited, guys. I'm not giving you that much of an inside scoop, right? But
No pics of the process?
no pics of the process. But it was a very, very stressful time, as you can imagine. I mean, for me, like having a child at the age of 22, 23 was like the furthest thing from like anything I could even conceivably want for myself at the time. So like when we found out that we were pregnant, I'll be honest, I did not react with even an ounce of like maturity or dignity. I like lost my shit because for me, I was like, this is the furthest thing from what I wanted.
Yeah.
Right. And so this was a very long, very stressful process. It led to a lot of very bad decisions on my part, which basically led me to break up with my girlfriend. Huge mess, huge disaster. And it was a terrible mistake. Basically, it was a long, long process, but we then had the baby and things really started turning around for me. I realized how wrong I was to end my relationship with Carissa, which thankfully we are now married and everything is okay. But it was just a big mess. And having a baby, having Rose turn out to be hands down the best thing that's like ever happened to me. I mean, I talk to Chris about it all the time that like I am so, and there's a saying, it's very cheesy. Speaking of Tumblr, cheesy little Tumblr quote, but I really, it was, I'm so glad I didn't get what I thought I wanted. And that's kind of what happened with me is when you challenged me to the debate was right around the time where I realized I was like, I'm still in love with Carissa and having a baby is absolutely amazing. And I've made a mistake to have broken up with her and we need to get back together, basically. So that was the first, I mean, for months and months and months on end, I had convinced myself that having a baby wasn't what I wanted. This was a disaster for me, and that the best move was to break up and try and like make amends, not being in a relationship. And it was just a huge stressful decision. I didn't know what to do, but I had convinced myself that this was the right decision. And it turned out not only to be the wrong decision, but to be like catastrophically incorrect. It's to the point where like I didn't have a choice but to reflect, what else in my life have I been completely wrong about? Because I was so confident that breaking up that was the right decision, and that turned out to be the worst fucking decision I've ever made. So that kind of led me to start thinking, and even though it was much more subconscious, but it definitely forced me to start reconsidering, like, I was so wrong on this. What else am I so wrong on? And that was around the same time that you were kind of like getting kind of big on YouTube. You had done a couple videos on my older content.
Yes,
so
I was yelling at you impotently from across the the YouTube wilderness.
Right. And it's actually funny too. So like Carissa has always been a little bit more of like, I wouldn't even call her a liberal. I would call her like center to left more so. Like, so she's always been a little bit more like left, like she's had more of like a left leaning approach on things. So what I did, and this is when me and Carissa, we were still like apart, but it was obviously moving back into a good direction. I sent her the videos you made on me. And I was like, you need to watch this. We got to figure out how to do a response to this. And she was watching it. And basically by like the mid to the end, she would text me like, are you sure you don't want to remove this video, Hunter? Because she was basically like, she was like, Vosh is making some pretty good points here. And so that's basically, I then challenged you to respond to some of my newer content, which my newer content was still pretty bad. And that all led to us debating. And then I admit that I lost that debate when we debated.
By the way, one of the best I've ever had. It's a shame. I have to say, it's a shame for me to peak early, because the degenerates that I have been arguing with in the 6 months since then I am missing the good old days, Hunter. I will not lie.
Yeah, no, I understand. But after that debate, it just sort of left me in a place where I was like, what do I do? I can't just ignore data that I've seen that kind of contradicts my viewpoints, but also I'm sort of like famous for being conservative. So I was like, what do I do? Basically, at that point, from that point on, I just started watching your content more. And I watched the first video I watched from you was you responding to Red Ice TV, which was honestly a really good starting point for me, because I was able to see very quickly, okay, this is something I don't align with. I don't like this whole whites, like the whites are superior approach that they were taking. And I was picking up on the nuance too. I was like, yeah, this is actually kind of fucked up. So from that point on, I did more research. I did continue to watch your content, and there are still some things that I don't agree with you on.
I don't doubt it. I'm farther to the left than a lot of left-leaning people are comfortable with. That's probably a good thing, honestly.
Right. I mean, and that's the thing is like, I always want to continue to form my own opinions based on, what I have researched. But it was just, it's basically just all last year. I was kind of just transitioning. No pun intended.
No, we know. Don't worry.
But yeah, I mean, that just kind of really like jump started the push and made me start really analyzing some of the opinions I held. And it was funny too, because you said some shit that I at the time was like, yeah, this fucking liberal doesn't know anything. You told me that I've probably cultivated a lot of bigotry that I would be uncomfortable with. And at first I didn't really believe that, but honestly, especially after I had my really public like falling out with the alt-right, that became so apparent to me. And part of me, like, this sounds a little sappy and a little cheesy, especially if some of my fans are watching. They're probably gonna be like, oh my god. But part of me did feel a little guilty, because I was like, I never fully went down the Nazi path, thank God. But I was definitely really close on a few positions, which I would actually like to talk to you about that on the stream too. But after I saw the response to my videos and people who were like, I used to be a fan of yours, Hunter, but the Jews have you now, or something. I was like, what have I like created? What have I cultivated? And I don't think that I was necessarily, I don't want to go as far as to say I was radicalizing people to be alt-right, but I
Mhm.
think that I was for a long time creating a bit of a safe space for people like that to sort of hang out and feel comfortable.
Yeah,
And
I will say of so this happens a lot in left leaning circles too, not with the alt right, but of like differing tiers of radicalization. Where sometimes a like liberal left person will make a video where they say something critical of like Stalin. And then people in
Mhm.
their community will rile up and be like, "Whoa, whoa, 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 lib, hey, whoa, keep your hands
Right.
off Stalin, daddy." Now, no, of course, I'm not trying to compare Stalin to Nazis or whatever. I'm just saying, like, I don't think you created like an alt-right community. It's
Mhm.
more that sometimes there are ideological blind spots where they can slip in. And
Right.
this is one of the things that I told Blair White as well, because Blair White would make the argument that she was trying to foster like trans positivity in the community, and my counter argument was like, no, you're the opposite. Actually, you're the one trans woman they can go say, hey, I guess he's cute, all right, cool, I guess, whatever, at
Right.
least he's doing what
Right.
we like, and then run off and go back to whatever other shit they were watching. Um,
Right. Exactly.
yeah, yeah, and again, you're nowhere near. Like, at no point did you even come close to touching Blair White in terms of like genuine awfulness. But
Ooh, I don't know. I don't know.
uh,
There were definitely a few hot takes. The thing
maybe a
is, and
few,
see,
but Blair White's really bad. I really fucking hate her. I hate her like nobody else online. It's
I
crazy.
honestly, I'm pretty close to you with that. I think Blair White and Steven Crowder are both some of my like least favorite people ever
Yeah.
to ever exist. But
How did you, because I really want to talk about this because so much of my channel is dedicated to anti-alt-right stuff, which by the way, I need to make this super fucking clear, bores the shit out of me. I've done every Nazi argument, every one of them. They're all bad. Of course they're bad. All the arguments that the Nazi Party laid out back during the Weimar Republic were universally mocked by the liberal establishment back then too. They didn't have good arguments back then. They don't
right.
now. It's just the hatred sort of coalesces into political efficacy. Um, and so on and so on. But so I'm so bored of that. But I'm really interested how you kind of came to be aware of their like existence and prominence in the right, or to the extent to which they were in the community that you had created. What happened there? Like, what was
Well,
the
could
turning
you
point?
wait, when did I realize that who was in the community? Blair?
That not that you would like created a bunch of alt writers, but what
Oh,
was your
oh,
relationship with them, sort of going from not really addressing or acknowledging their existence to the position you're in now, where they actively despise you and you're helping them lose the culture war, and you're controlled by the Jews and what have you? You know?
right. Well, the turning, I'm not sure if there was ever like one specific turning point, but it did start to a degree when, because thanks to watching some of your videos, and also I always loved watching your debates with the Nazis and shit. I not only saw just how shit their arguments were, but I also started to be aware of like the real harm that Nazi ideology um inflicts on people, and I also started to notice like the prevalence of it. So for like you, everyone tells you like the alt-right, like, well, everyone right tells you that the alt-right isn't really real, or that it's
Right.
just a made up thing, and I never really thought that it was or not. Like, the thing is it's actually funny now because you can go back, even back like last 2018 to beginning of 2019, when I was still pretty strictly like right leaning, reactionary, whatever you want to call it. I was still getting shit on by the alt-right even then,
Hmm.
because I would still say that like the alt-right's disgusting, the idea of ethno states is wrong, but I would mostly just kind of bring it up because I'm like, okay, well, I don't want to be called alt-right. And I wasn't alt-right. I didn't identify myself that way. I didn't identify with those ideas even.
Yeah.
But I would mostly just sort of shit on the alt-right when it was sort of convenient for me to not look like one myself.
They're just mad
Um,
because you're living the tradcon dream now.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
their current
I'm
poster
literally.
child, Fuentes, the Catboy connoisseur, has never apparently touched a woman. He's said no woman until the woman I'm going to get married to. That's a classic excuse.
Mhm.
You're living. You're the ivory tower on the hill. Honestly.
I know, and it's funny too because you did that video where you went over some of the memes about like tradcon girls or whatever, and you were reading the one, and I literally was like laughing to myself because it sounded so much like Carissa, like the woman stays home with the kids. Well, but like after we had our baby, we decided that Carissa would be a stay-at-home mom, and I could like support us on my income and everything. So yeah, no, it is funny. I think that it's especially sweet to rub that in the alt-right's face because they're always talking about we should be more traditional, but then they hate me, and I'm like, I'm buying a house, I'm married, and I have one boy and one girl, and we're all white. So what's wrong with me?
Yeah, all their fucking people do this. Lauren Southern will talk about how girls need to settle down and find a man young and not focus too much on career. Where is Lauren Southern's kid? Where is Lauren Lauren Southern's pursuing a career? Sargon is raising another man's child, has an adopted daughter, a black adopted daughter, if I recall correctly, or mixed race. Again, not bad from my perspective. I'm not judging these things. I'm just saying, like, maybe practice what you preach. God help me.
Right.
What a better world it would be if all of the fucking female alt-right dipshits out there took their own advice and shut the fuck up and went and found a dick to ride.
Just stay in the kitchen.
Yeah, exactly.
The only
please,
time
God.
it's okay to tell a woman to just go in the kitchen.
Please take your own fucking advice. Go away.
I know. But no, I honestly, I don't think there was ever like one big turning point, but I think that the biggest turning point for me was when I went out with the censorship thing. And from that point on, I just couldn't believe like the amount of literally like it sounds, and the thing is I do think that the left overuses the term Nazi a little bit. I don't think that it should be thrown out the way it is because it has gotten to the point where like sometimes people on the right get called Nazis and it's like they're just not Nazis. They might just be like a dumb Republican. And I think that can do some damage.
Sorry, please.
No. I just think that I was really shocked by how many legitimate Nazis were in my fan base. And even the fact that like after I did the censorship thing, I was getting dissed by like the Daily Stormer. So I'm like, I guess I'm doing something right because I'm getting shit on by the Daily Stormer, but then I'm also like losing literally thousands upon thousands of subscribers. So I'm like, what am I doing?
Which is fucking wild, right? Like they're like barnacles at the bottom of your content boat, Like how many of them were?
It's like it's too weird too because I never would really see them even until it's not until you piss them off that they all come out of the woodwork once. And they're like, you're a degenerate, you support gays, you're so stupid, you're not conservative, blah, blah, blah. And then it's like, where were you guys for like the last like year and a half? When
Passively enjoying your videos critiquing the LGBTQ community,
I know, yeah. Well, I'm also seeing some comments too. I kind of have been address some of these comments. I'm seeing comments.
Please yell at my chat all you want. I encourage you to. I hate them. Go for it.
No, I'm not going to yell at your chat. They've actually been. But just to wrap up what I was saying, yeah. With Infinity, I guess is that your username? Yeah, losing Nazi followers, it was a good thing. And to be honest, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to purge my audience of the far right people because I was like, I know not only do I no longer even remotely come close to this sort of thought process, I actually fucking hate these people and I think that they're stupid and degenerate. And I found myself starting to have that same passion about like detesting a political side that I used to feel toward the left. I felt that same fire, that same passion all over again, but this time it was towards like the far right. And I don't know. I think that it was a long process. But for the people wondering why I'm still shitting on feminism, that's an interesting conversation, and I'm kind of actually I think I'm down to talk about that. But the feminism thing, okay, let me go look here. So feminism for me, and Vosh, feel free to call me out on this.
No, go ahead.
Feminism for me, the type of feminism that I critique is much more of like what feminism has become, which I think that feminism has obviously, yeah, the definition, men and women being equal. That all sounds great to me. I stand for that. That's why I really prefer to call myself, I guess, an egalitarian. But I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm curious what your take is on this. I
Mhm.
feel like feminism has largely become more of like almost a brand, if that's a good way to put it. Um, and I think that feminism, it's no longer like fighting for women's equality as much as it's just like, feminism TM. Look, guys, a feminist movie. It's pro woman because it's has women in it. I guess I don't know. Maybe that's not really articulated very properly,
No, no, no.
but
You're articulating it perfectly, and there's actually a term for what you're describing. It's called liberal feminism, but the derogatory term is pop feminism. Um,
okay.
I don't disagree with what you're saying at all. It's mostly a holdover from second wave feminist movements. Do you mind if I ramble for a hot sec?
Not at all. No, I've heard you talk a lot about stuff too. I actually did a video not too long.
Hell yeah. The so back in the 1960s, we had the second feminist wave movement, birth control, women getting into the workforce, blah blah, great, cool. But it was heavily what would you call it? Exclusionary in certain respects. It was very,
Mhm.
very, very much focused on the relationship between men and women, but it didn't have much in the way of like analyzing the way race or class intersects with that. Not so much poor
Mhm.
women, not so much black women, mostly middle class white women or up. And cool, whatever, progress is progress. But the issue is that nowadays, the holdover from that position, now in an era where the divide between men and women is much more narrow than it was then, which I think most people could agree is the case.
Mhm.
Um, the holdover is all that fire and passion, which was originally directed against very, very direct, very overt sexism that can be very clearly analyzed and dissected without regarding class or racial lines. That doesn't really happen as much anymore. There's a reason why when you see shows like
Mhm.
Mad Men, and you have like the archetypical like the sexist workplace environment where like the hot secretary with the enormous tits gets kind of like flirted with and like sometimes her back gets like rubbed weirdly or all that, and we still showcase that in media because it's representative of the enemy of the old dichotomy, the villain of
Mhm.
second wave feminism. But now the consequence of that mentality kind of sort of maybe a little smidgen kind of leads to man hating a
Yeah.
little bit,
Oh yeah.
because an invariable consequence of challenging the relationship between men and women from a feminist perspective without being willing to address it intersectionally means you're going to view men as an antagonist rather than a complicit component in a broader sort of
Mhm.
superstructure. Intersectional feminism is all about recognizing that the relationship between men and women is just part of a huge tapestry of oppressive and repressive systems: race, gender, class, sexuality, everything. And for that reason, it needs to be looked at sort of in the context that in which it exists. Like for
Mhm.
example, and I know I'm rambling crazy, but I just want to cap off
No, 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 don't worry about it.
thing. So here's a really classic example here. So one of the tenets of second wave feminism was addressing the threat men physically pose to women, because men are generally speaking much, much, much stronger, and that is a real, natural inequality that can be addressed through policy,
Right.
and through socialization. But if all of your feminist rhetoric is about protecting the weak woman from the big, strong, penis having man, what happens when you add in trans issues? Now, any intersectional feminist will say trans women are women, trans women just want to be left alone, let them live their lives, blah, blah. But if you're a non intersectional pop feminist, you might see trans women as men who are trying to get in on the sacred private spaces of real women.
Mhm.
And
Right.
then, like, holy shit, feminism is now complicit in creating a new system of oppression. And that's just one of the many ways in which these two sort of intersect. I fucking hate pop
Mhm.
feminism. I hate brand feminism. Um,
Right.
I barely even
And so
call myself a
a
feminist
lot of
anymore.
my recent content also, it's not really critiquing feminism.
Hmm.
It's more critiquing like my video from a week ago that I'm sure people are referring to is I did when feminists do stand-up comedy. And I just talked about how like trying to do like a political or feminist spin on comedy can sometimes not really work.
Are we talking
But
about like the routines where it's all like tampon jokes and like men this, men that? Like
yeah,
it's
like
all
the
really
vagina,
reductive. Yeah.
men don't understand women kind of thing, like just that kind of shit. And I mean, I know that I have a history too for like actually like just shitting hardcore on feminism in general. But I've kind of always stood by the what I am attacking is more what I've seen feminism become, which
Mhm.
is largely anti-men. And that's what I used when I did my video on turfs from a few months ago. I sort of talked about how these turfs are fucking like terrible, but I took the approach of like they hate from how much they hate men and how that leads them to also just hating like they think trans people aren't, you know, women,
Right, they hate
so
men
they
because
hate
big
them.
penis, you know, the threatening phallus. So they transpose that, yeah, onto the
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly. And
yeah,
it's funny too because the video is called "Introduce Fifth Wave Feminism." I was trying to like call it something funny to get clicks, and
yeah.
I saw someone on Twitter. They're like, "Hunter's still talking about feminism. If he really cared, he would be talking about turfs." And I was like, maybe you should actually watch the video because that's literally what the content was on.
But that is the genius of marketing your videos that way too, because a lot. So if you're gonna be listen, everyone loves to shit on feminists. Like, this is like an American pastime,
Mhm.
as far as I'm concerned. And the way you market that can really be like a Trojan horse for some ideas. You can say like, hey, anti-feminist, whatever, haha, feminist, dumb. Look at this. This is stupid. Look at this, pussy jokes all the time. But
Right.
what you're selling isn't really anti-feminism. It's anti this highly sort of derivative, degenerated mockery of the goal of feminism, which is to
Right.
promote gender equity, you know?
Right. And that's exactly what it's kind of become in a lot of ways. Like, I mean, you know, I think that this is kind of using the feminism thing to segue into another subject,
Yeah.
but I kind of think, you know how like I know you've criticized this too, how a lot of people who sort of got their start on being anti-feminist have gone to be like full-blown like fascists or neo-Nazis
Yeah,
now.
mostly because of Sargon of Akkad. I think he's more responsible for that than anything else. He is like
Well, I
a
think
one man like trough for like alt light, you know, sort of delivery. It's actually crazy how much harm he's done.
right. Right. I also think a lot of that just comes from the fact that a lot of people, and I was among these people too, in the sense that like getting on YouTube, I can say this from experience because I literally my channel blew up because of my like anti-feminist content back in
Hmm.
like the when like Shoe on Head was blowing up around the same time as me and everything. Um and try to articulate this properly. I think that a lot of people, the reason they've sort of gone down this path is because they've built their entire brand on just like wrecking the liberals. And so even if it's like a neo-Nazi, but you know, they're like, well, they're a neo-Nazi, but they're also triggering
But they
the
are
liberals.
owning the lib. On one hand, they do believe the Jews are complicit in destroying the white race, but on the other hand, the libs are getting owned. Yeah, it's a really tough, you know,
Right.
choice to make there.
Right. And it's kind of like I think that a lot of people they jumped on the bandwagon and they didn't really have that many principles to begin with. And admittedly, I was one of those people. I didn't really have principles. I just had opinions.
Hmm.
Um, and you sort of hop on. You're like, yeah, feminists suck. Feminists suck. Oh, and trans people are stupid also. And then next thing you know, he's kind of just leads you down to like a bad path, I guess, down a dark road.
This is
I'm
what.
just
Oh,
go ahead.
sorry.
Go ahead.
This is why this has become very, very important to me. I am no longer interested in channels or people, including myself, who are exclusively interested in critiquing other positions, because you can hide some really dirty shit if that's all
Mhm.
you do. You have to make prescriptive judgments too, because
Right.
all of these channels that lead people down the road, Sargon of Akkad, who in my last debate with him promoted ethno-nationalism, spent years doing nothing but like making fun of like cringe feminists or what have you.
Mhm.
No bullshit. You know, no bullshit.
Yes,
Yeah,
I do.
no bullshit's a neo-Nazi. There are leaked logs of him talking about Holocaust denialism and how the Jews are they got kicked out of a bunch of countries in Europe, you know, hey, maybe something's on. He's a neo-Nazi. But if you look at his videos, you could mistake him just for somebody who, you know, aggressively critiques, I guess, anytime a woman or a black person is in any form of media whatsoever. But because he doesn't,
Which I'll be honest, that's for
Mhm.
me, that's the saddest one, because as I've become more like a to recognizing a lot of the talking points that people who hold more radical positions use,
Mhm.
um, I've definitely realized that a lot of people who like I used to associate with are like really fucking gross. And for me, no bullshit. I'll be honest. That was the toughest one for me to. That's the hardest pill for me to swallow, because some of these other people, like I don't know. I don't really know if Roaming Millennial or Lauren Chen is like a neo-Nazi, or if she's like where she's at.
I think she's a fascist. I don't think she's bitten down on the JQ just yet. I could be wrong.
All I know is like no bullshit was literally, and this probably makes me look kind of bad. Like he was one of my only real friends that I made on YouTube. Like when he lives in California, so when I would be down there for events, like we would hang out together and like smoke weed together and shit. And so coming to the realization that he is kind of like a radical, it's definitely been the most disappointing. Like the rest of them, you know, like Blair White, I don't think she's a fucking neo-Nazi, but realizing that she's just a, you know, fucking degenerate, that was definitely easy for me to kind of accept, because I kind of already could see it happening. But with no bullshit, that was definitely a little bit of a bummer. I'm not gonna lie.
No, I get it, and because I experienced similar things with other people. Without getting into the dredges or anything, because it's been a while since I was right leaning or whatever. But there are people where it's very convenient to like them, and there are certain elements of their content you like. But then one day you hear something, or the mask slips, or something like that, and you think like, oh God,
Right.
oh geez, like.
And that's kind of like what I mean, what happened was, I think you showed the clip where he was like, white people are dominating because we're better and stronger and smarter than everyone else. I feel like that was kind of the mask slip right
Yeah,
there.
that was probably not
Like that
the
was a little like,
best.
oh shit.
I can't believe so if the bridge is burnt there, I think I'm fair to say this. You can agree or disagree if you want. No BS is such an unbelievably stupid motherfucker. It is so offensive to me how many YouTube subscribers he has. It's like an insult to me personally.
Yeah, you know, that's a little how I feel about Blair.
I will never have as many YouTube subs as either of those people. I know this, so all I can do is cross my fingers and hope they both have psychotic breakdowns and start posting Nazi screeds so YouTube deletes their channel. And then I will have more
That's
subs.
literally, by the way, just to give you some hope,
yeah,
that's not actually true at all. You're growing pretty quick. I mean, how many subs are you at now? I'm kind of
it's like 53K or something like that.
Yeah,
it's
dude,
been pretty good.
Is that just in 1 year?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, for some context, I streamed with no bullshit way back, you know, back in the day. And I streamed with no bullshit when I think he was at like 30 or 40K. So
Jesus, I can't even imagine.
I mean, when I first found Blair White's channel, she had 20,000 subs, and we were neck and neck with subs.
Yeah,
so
you were in this like way before I was. So yeah, you were in on like the ground for some of these channels.
Yeah, and it's also just weird being in kind of the position where I'm at too. Like a lot of these people, like I know them personally. Like I've been to Blair White's house. I've hung out in her apartment with her and like drank. So like it's weird, sort of just like real like having a new, I guess, dislike for these people. Like you know what I mean? Like it's just it's definitely a weird.
How does it feel having principles?
I used to not have principles, and I think I'm still figuring shit out. But it definitely feels better than being a fucking grifter.
You always. I mean, okay, so like you know yourself better than I do. I always, when I saw your content or talked to you, I knew there was respectability there. There's something. I'm not
I always try to be really authentic.
Yeah,
and
yeah. That's so fucking important because you get, and so I'm a huge Birdie fan, of course. You get the alternative to that. You know, when you compromise authenticity, usually it's like in a corporate sense, like you're beholden to the interests of your network or your benefactors or what have you. And for that reason, if you say something, I don't know if you actually believe that, with like Tucker Carlson or Bill O'Reilly before he lost his show, that sort of stuff, you know.
Right.
And then with a lot of YouTube, it's like grifty stuff, which is like not based in professionalism, but rather just, you know, trying to make as much money you can off ad revenue. But the authenticity is like the key to at least for me, to feeling like I can have a productive conversation with somebody. I was actually really taken aback when you and I did finally talk, not from the debate itself, but from the short convo we had beforehand, because you were actually like friendly. It was actually really cool.
Well, yeah, and you know, I get it, because like my videos, I'm definitely a lot more condescending in them. But I mean, you know, you gotta be entertaining. Also, I do try to I try to talk passionately about what I'm passionate about. I try to be chill when it's something that's not that important to me. But yeah, I think a lot of people are you know, expecting me to be kind of an asshole 24/7, when I'm really only an asshole when I need to be. You know.
Civility, I think, is important, at least in private, amongst political actors, because it's, you know, it sets the stage for a positive for an assumption of positive engagement, which is important. Because sometimes I just assume it's going to be a shit show, and I just go in like with my arms out, you know.
There's a time and a place to be an asshole, and like usually what I try to do is I just wait until someone makes the first assholery move, and then I just try to one up them. But like obviously there's going to be conversations where you want to be like as calm and understanding as possible. Like I was having a conversation with a family member, I'm not going to say who, but just know as a family member I'm very close with. And you know, they were talking about they were like, yeah, you know, we were watching this show, and then there was like a gay kiss or a lesbian kiss or something, and it just seems like they're always putting it in the media or whatever. And obviously, you know, old me would have been like, yeah, but now I was like, no, I don't really agree with that. So I just, you know, I was like, well, there's nothing unusual about gay people kissing. Right. So like, how is that different when like straight people kiss in kids shows all the time? And that would obviously have been a good example of when it wouldn't have been a time to be an asshole.
Right. Yeah.
So I mean, that's obviously pretty fucking obvious, but that talk actually led to being really, really productive. And I was able to then use that to kind of segue into like the idea of trans people, and how like man and woman is really nothing more than a form of identification. And how when you separate that from sexual characteristics, it makes a lot more sense, and how it's always been historically, yada, 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 you know, whatever. It turned out to be like this really long, very productive conversation. And afterwards, I could tell that my family member was actually like truly impacted by it. And it was obvious that they were kind of reconsidering some of the opinions they had as well.
That's one of the things that heartens me the most about doing any kind of political engagement. I personally feel like I do fucking nothing. I get on camera and people watch me scream like a chimp for 4 hours a day. And then I like run off home and eat a burrito, you know. But the knowledge, the idea of like these interpersonal conversations, where you're able to like do on the ground work. I don't do that. I don't ever leave my house or talk to anyone. But it's really fucking rad to hear like other people engaging in that kind of stuff, you know.
Well, yeah, I mean, I had a hell of a fun time. I debated my grandmother, and of course it was on Thanksgiving. So like, it's funny because so my grandparents, and what's cool about my grandparents is they are very authentic as well. But they're not there, and I really do mean this with full sincerity. They're not by any means like alt-right. They're much more in like the Tea Party, right? Which I'm sure you don't like them either. But that's you know. Whatever.
I mean, it's preferable to being a neo-Nazi. I'll take it. Exactly. You know.
And I mean, even when I told my grandparents like the kind of response I was receiving from people who are more alt-right, it was obvious that they had visible disgust at the thought of like this country should only be for like white people or something. Like that just sounds so fucking dumb. But me and my my grandma got in a debate on trans people
Mm-hmm.
during
I can't imagine having a debate on trans people with a grandma. I
oh,
can't imagine it.
it was, I'll be honest, it was so much fun. So we started off with talking about like how like, yeah, they're like every white person isn't like a racist, but there are systems in place that disadvantage black people. And that, you know, slowly but surely led to the discussion on trans people. It turned
Yeah.
out to be like this hour-long like debate. And my dad is really cool because he's a little bit more of like the passive type. He prefers to just stay out of the confrontation. Which I don't know how, you know, I got to be where I am, but he kind of just sat there like doing the dishes, just listening to us argue about like the validity of transgender people.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just, and no, like those kind of discussions are, they're really, really enjoyable. They're really fun to have, especially when they're with family members. I mean, my grandparents literally got me into politics. They're the ones that sort of like lit the fire I had for like politics, and that's part of the reason why I started off being so right leaning. But I mean, it was a very, very interesting conversation. I don't know. I'm kind of rambling at this point,
No,
but
no, no. I mean, it's something that I don't get to experience. I spent Thanksgiving just with my girlfriend up here in our house in Seattle. I
mhm.
didn't go down to see my parents because the flight timings just didn't work out. And
Right.
even if I did, my parents agree with me on most of my. Well, my parents are liberals, so I can't talk about socialism with them. And I think my dad still doesn't understand what trans people are, but the sentiment is there. Like, you know, he'll listen to pronouns and stuff like that.
Mhm.
I think he's just accepted
And I think
that the
that's how.
progressive line has moved beyond his sort of boomer sensibilities. You know.
Right, and, you know, I think that's how a lot more people are than they're given credit for, and that's another flaw I've noticed. Just you know, I'm not here to critique liberals all day, but, like, I do recognize that I think sometimes liberals do sort of enforce the idea that, like, everyone is kind of out to get trans people or out to get black people, and I do think that there's, of course, a lot of, like, subconscious transphobia and subconscious racism, but I also think that there are a lot of people who might just not understand, or they might just be busy with their own lives and they just don't really give a
Yeah,
shit.
that's what so many people forget, I think the left forgets this the most. Frankly, most people live desperate, busy, frantic lives, and they
Mhm.
do not have the time or emotional energy to acquaint themselves with the nuances of advanced gender theory
Right,
or
exactly.
intersectional analysis of racism. This is so far beyond, and it's why it frustrates me so much. Earlier, you're not entitled to my explanation type, because while not everyone is interested in a full explanation,
Mhm.
everyone is off put by an unwillingness to engage. And
Right.
sometimes all it can take, legit, all it can take, is a 10-minute convo with someone in a neutral environment. And
Mhm.
you've got like I don't want to say like you've got a convert or anything, but you've got someone who will listen to you. Um,
Right, and that's kind of what happened with me talking to my family.
yeah,
Same kind of thing.
which
Yeah, yeah,
is
yeah, absolutely.
you know, based and epic, frankly.
Based in red pill, yeah.
Yeah, based in red
Someone
pill.
asked in the chat if, did Hunter find social construct? Yes, I did. That was, that's what man, you know what? I just decided to just kind of post it just on my Instagram, be a
Mhm.
little safe for a second, because I knew it would be a massacre if I did said something like that on my channel. Which a video like that is coming. Don't worry, guys. But yes, I finally just is a social construct. Um, as long as like I just think so many people still think of sex and gender as being the exact same thing.
Yeah.
So when you say, "Oh, is my," I'm sorry, I got a comment. There's comments. Am I cutting out?
You cut out for like 1/4 of 1 second. They're being babies.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. Now I'm getting the understanding why you hate your chat.
Oh no, they're
Kidding,
horrible.
joke, joke. um, shit, I completely forgot where I was going with this. Oh, right, the gender thing. Yeah, I mean, after doing enough research on it, and also to be completely honest, about to a lot of your talks on gender being a social construct and what that really means, that I was able to kind of think critically and change my opinion on it. I think that a big problem with the right, and this is something I've noticed, is just being in the right sort of sphere for so long.
Mhm.
a lot of these liberal words are a little like, I don't want to say overused, but they've become like essentially just buzzwords that equal bad, like in your mind. Like to so anytime you hear like social construct, I think that a lot of right leaning people are already like, what the fuck, shut up. Like just stop. Like instantly the minute you say so anything's like a social construct, well now you're talking like a liberal, right?
Yeah,
Or I mean,
that's so frustrating because, and I'm not trying to sound like patronizing to like a broader audience here, but a lot to a lot of conservatives, basic academic terminology is like it
liberal.
is like lib shit talk, you know? Like that's all it
Right.
takes from like social construct isn't like a liberal term. It's just it just describes a certain state of being for a concept. Oh, hey, shoe on
Right.
head. I was actually going to say, and before I forget, before I had a conversation with you, the first time we talked, Hunter, when we debated, it was actually a
Mhm.
conversation with shoe on head that that made me think that like amicability or like or led me to expect good faith because she spoke well of you from having met you in the past.
Oh, really? Well, that's very nice. Thank you, Shionhead. I appreciate that.
She's been so nice to me, you know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. She was really starting to come around too. It's funny because me and Shu used to beef because back when she was like really good friends with Blair, they would team up on me on Twitter. Um, and I don't really know what her
That's okay.
statuses were.
We're still mad at Shu for being friends with Blair. We
Oh,
haven't.
okay.
Yeah, we
We're
haven't.
still mad about that. Okay,
We're
yeah.
still.
Well,
We'll
now
never,
now
never,
now I
never
just
let
have
it
to go
go.
along with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But no, that's it's been a quite a ride, but it's been a lot of fun. I did want to throw in too that the closest I ever got to being alt right, the closest I ever got to going down a neo-Nazi path was definitely um my approach on Islam. So I think that like Islam can be, I think that it's like any other religion, right? Like you can peacefully practice Islam or you can use Islam to further really bad ideas.
Mm-hmm.
And so my issue back at the time was I was like a big component of the whole like Islam cannot exist with Western culture sort of talking point.
Yeah.
Um, that was kind of like my big approach. And there were definitely some takes I had on Islam that was like the first would have been the first step into like a neo-Nazi white ethno state sort of mind
That's
thought
Crowder's
process.
closest avenue too. Yeah, that's also Stephen where he gets the
Right.
closest.
And
The clash of civilization. The clash of civilizations narrative, the idea that Western culture has to defend itself against like the Islamic Caliphate or whatever, is like a really
right.
good base point for people to think that like fascistic politics are necessary. You know?
Right. Exactly. Exactly. And I listened to Kraut way back where you were talking about how um Islamic extremism is motivated more so by socioeconomic issues than Islam. And at first, I didn't really totally agree with you on that. And then I kind of agreed with you on that. I guess where I stand on that right now is I think that it most likely, and maybe this is just a fence sitter approach. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So feel free to shit talk me, guys, in the chat. But um, I kind of think it's a little bit of both. I think that Islam can be interpreted to encourage extremism, and if you are in a poor socioeconomic situation, you're already more likely to sort of buy into that. So I think personally, I think that's a little bit of both. It's I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
I think so it's undeniable in a geopolitical sense that that having poor socioeconomic conditions leads to a greater increase in crime. This is the case
Mhm.
every country in the world, every religion, race of people, gender, it doesn't matter. That's just across the board true.
Right.
Though I do agree there is a particular context that enables extremism, and I think
Mhm.
it is currently most evident in the Islamic world, but we're seeing it now with the alt-right. The formula seems to be if you take young, dispossessed, angry, and often sexless young men, and you
Mhm.
tell them that, and they feel listless and meaningless. This is true with the alt-right here, and very much also the case in Afghanistan and Syria. and some parts of Iraq. And if you take these
Right.
places and these people and you say, your life is meaningless now, of course, but this is because you are the victim of an international conspiracy to destroy you and your people. For the alt-right, it's the Jews. For the ISIS types, unfortunately, they're kind of correct because the Western countries have been systemically destroying the Middle East for, not to say that justifies anti-white violence or anything. I'm just saying, and then you bring them over, you radicalize them. And you can see this because when you look at the recruitment websites for ISIS, they actually use rhetoric and propaganda similar to what you'll find on the Daily Stormer or on 4chan's poll board. It's very, very similar. So I think because the Middle East has been subjected broadly to a socio-political climate that furthers extremism, and that there is a pre-existing sort of assumption of civilizational war going on there, it makes it easier for them to fall into extremism. And that's definitely an example of Islam abetting that process somewhat. Also, Shuan Head is asking you, and I have to, Shuan Head, 5 million subscribers. I have to, I must respect the question.
Cutie Pie of the
conservatives. No,
I better not call her conservative. Sorry.
Of the alt-right Shuan Head. Hunter, do you find your audience has shifted along with you, or do you feel that you are leaving them behind?
I just think it's a little bit of both. I think that, honestly, the more extremist followers of mine have definitely pushed a large percentage of my audience against them, because a lot of people are realizing, my post even about sodomizing my wife, which was pretty funny, I thought, but even that one
was funny.
There were a lot of people in the comments that were like, I cannot believe how many people are still this fucking homophobic. And a lot of people are just disgusted by it. So, the more far right radical types, they are kind of, they're leaving me. They've left me for the most part, and they are now my enemy. And that is the way I would like it to be. I do not want to be their friend. I don't want to be anything even on their side. And that's the thing, is what I had to do is I had to basically tell my alt-right followers that this is no longer a safe space for you guys. I'm no longer on your side, or I no longer want to even be seen, or I don't want it to be interpreted like I'm on your side, which is kind of what I did. So the more far right people, they left, they unsubscribed. I don't care. And then the more reasonable, level-headed, principled people are sticking around. And a lot of people have told me too that they really are thankful that I don't just follow party lines and that I, form my own opinions. And that's kind of how I've always been. It's just that I did used to peddle a lot more right-leaning talking points as well. But yeah, I'm going to have to head out sort of soon, but if you want, I know you did this with Shuan Head, if you want to do some questions in the chat, that
absolutely. I would love to make money off of my audience's curiosity. How much do you have? 10, 15 minutes?
Anywhere, 10, 20 minutes. Cool. I just kind of sort of
chat. It's time. Donos, Questorinos, minimum $5. Don't fucking waste Hunter Avallone's time.
That's right.
Seriously though, just ask Hunter questions, okay? And donate for guaranteed question answer, because I'm.
Someone did also say, Hunter, I just want strive to better yourself in your content. I now consider you a comrade. Well, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Cirrus, you get a free question because you're blue name. Nice to see you in chat, comrade.
Okay.
Yeah, Cirrus is another left-leaning YouTuber who I quite like.
Yeah, I saw his responses to me, and before the I didn't watch his responses, but I know he responded to me. I will be open with you guys about where I am on the political spectrum, because a lot of people have been. Some people are like Hunters. Some people still say that I'm alt-right. Some people still say that are saying that I'm a lit. And the reason I'm calling myself a free thinker now is because, honestly, and I know some people might call this being a fence sitter, I don't know, whatever, but I honestly hold opinions that they aren't all one-sided. I'm definitely proud to admit that I try to be as left as I possibly can when it comes to the issue of gender and transgenderism. With freedom, I want people to be free to live their lives however they please. But, and I know that you're not going to agree with me on this one, Vosh, but I'm definitely, I think the most hardline conservative position I still hold is I am against abortion, but that's not to say that I want it to be like made illegal. I think that abortion is a really complicated, like philosophical discussion.
So to clarify, because chat's gonna read, and I'm just clarifying. So you personally do not like abortion, but you in a policy sense support people's right to choose. You don't think it should be made illegal.
I don't think, well, here's the thing. I don't support abortion. I don't like it. And I do think that I do my best to debate why I think it's wrong. However, I don't think that it should be made illegal by any means. I think that since it's such a complicated philosophical discussion, it's something that needs to change in someone's heart, personal. It needs to be a personal thing that changes for them. And I also think that, it's a common talking point, but like if you outlaw abortion, it's not going to stop people from getting abortion. It's only going to make it so that the abortions that people do get is a lot more unsafe.
Okay,
Unsafe.
I think that's a fair position. I wouldn't argue that. It is a hard philosophical line, and I've always said this. I don't like debating abortion. No, I have my set of opinions on it. I don't believe in the personhood of fetuses, but that's not an empirical position. If a person did believe in the personhood of fetuses, they could make decent arguments about like body autonomy as well. If a person wants to make a convincing argument that abortion is morally wrong, there's not an empirical way to refute that. It's just a matter of personal opinion. So I think that's perfectly reasonable. We're gonna have to run through these questions way the fuck faster.
It's all right. I can get comfy.
Sake Tanuki asks, with $5, what is Hunter's take on the HQ?
What's that?
It's the Hibernian question.
Oh, now see, the JQ is bullshit, but the HQ is 100% right.
We got another one.
Hold on, can I I just need to mute myself for one quick second.
Yeah, no, go for it.
Just 3 seconds.
Yeah. Others got, like babies and stuff. And maybe a baby died. That'd be horrible. I shouldn't joke about that. I probably shouldn't make jokes like that. Hopefully not. Yeah. All right. Sorry. Oh shit. We're gonna have to go through these donos a lot faster. Oh geez. Oh geez. Oh boy. I'm really glad we scheduled this. It's so nice to be able to talk to Hunter again. With all the shit I deal with, I've got Sargon coming up in 4 days. It's so nice to talk to reasonable people now and again, Oh god. I just have to wait. He lied. He said 3 seconds. What do you want from me?
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that.
No worries.
I'm eating a brownie, so just heads up.
No. SETI WAP with the $5. Have your views on abortion changed? I think we basically just covered that, so we can go through that. Sophie with the $10. No question. Just enjoyed the chat. Okay. Gayfesh with the $5. Who are you currently thinking of voting for in 2020?
I knew this was going to come up. That I can honestly say I just don't know at this point. I literally just don't know.
That's totally fair, comrade.
It's strange because I'm I used to be a really big Trump fan, and I still think that the left gets a little bit too triggered by like everything Trump does. But I also think that a lot of Trump's policies, they kind of just look good. Like Trump can brag all day about like the low unemployment rate or whatever, but like what did he do to make that happen? Nothing.
Yeah, so that's greatest economy. Like you have to ask, like, what specific policies led to that? Because the GDP has been on a steady upward climb for like 50 years. So what what exactly, I completely agree. That's okay. We'll make you a Delaniac yet, okay? John Delaney, the dark horse candidate of 2020, no doubt.
All right, sounds good.
Sophie with the $10 says chat equals debate. Yes, not a complete sentence, but yeah, sure. Thank you very much. Ljest underscore with $5. To Hunter, what would it take for you to call yourself a socialist slash leftist, i.e., that the workers should own the means of production?
The socialism thing, it's for me, I'm already shit at math. So any kind of like economic discussion is so overwhelming for me. I would definitely be really curious. Like I can't really answer that. I would rather um maybe I can come on a third time, Bosch, and we can talk about socialism because I just have a lot of questions about it. Um, Anytime you like talk about it on your stream, it always sounds really good, but then part of me also thinks like socialism always sounds really good, but has it actually worked? And if so, where has it worked?
It is a discussion I would love to have with you.
All right, yeah, I'm not actually trying to be me just asking questions about it because where I'm at right now is I think that capitalism is good for a lot of things, but I do think that something needs to follow capitalism.
Okay.
I'm just not sure what that is yet.
Yeah, I mean, history has been marching forward for a long time now. It doesn't make sense that things would just stop.
Right.
Yeah, no, completely agreed. All right, here, let me scroll through. Mythaldo, with the $5 asks, Hunter, how interested are you in more academic information on the current state of trans science? If yes, is your YouTube email the right place to send that?
Yes, I would actually love that. A little bit of self promotion here. I've started a website as well, hunteravallone.net, where I'm running a blog, and I use that blog to type up a little bit more like academic positions of mine. My last one was on being a free thinker and on some of the dumb shit that I've done. I did one on Nick Fuentes being a degenerate and everything, all that.
Good. Highly academic.
Fun shit. Yeah, highly academic. But no, the more studies, the better. I would love that. Yeah.
Yeah, one of the things that I've enjoyed most about being a public figure is being able to just ask on stream and get like a flood of peer-reviewed data that like I don't even have to use Google Scholar. I don't even have to use Sci-Hub. All I have to do is ask nicely and people will eagerly give me, like info. It's really nice. Let me see. Sirius says, I don't know if this is a question, but I'm reading anyway. Honestly, your videos aside, you do seem to be incredibly honest, Hunter. I do think the videos I did on your abortion topic are the ones I'd personally prefer you check out if you're ever in the mood for that lull. But again, you seem honest, which is more than enough. I don't know if that's a question, but the sentiment, rings through, which is important.
Maybe I'll check it out.
My girlfriend, Hyena, with the $5. Hey, Hyena, remember when you used to donate to me every stream back when I was really small and you would encourage me by giving me $5? Those were the days. Back when
Hyena's just like giving you money that's just going to come back around.
Right back to her, yeah. Essentially, this is like 60 cents that have gone to PayPal, but the sentiment is really cute. Hyena asks, Hi, Hunter. I see you made a video on Lizzo. I haven't watched it, but I want to go over it on stream. Where do you stand on fat politics / body positivity? Also want to say thank you for being open to change.
Oh, wow. That's actually a really good question. And that's a subject I've covered a lot, partly because my most viewed video is actually on the fat acceptance movement. I try my hardest to take a nuanced approach with that. And for me, I think that like Lizzo, for example, I don't think we should be celebrating her body. I think that when you reach a certain weight, it's not healthy. And I don't think there's any we shouldn't be trying to sugarcoat that. I also think that there's something to be said about, loving your body. You should obviously, have self-respect. I don't want to see people who are overweight being bullied or treated like subhuman or any shit like that. But what I talked about in my Lizzo video is actually how I think there's a spectrum. There's one side where you can like be a complete dick and demean fat people, or there's the other side where you're like worshiping or glorifying people who are like unhealthy. I think there's a middle ground there where rather than condemning or promoting it, you can acknowledge like, hey, let's be proud of who we are as people. But if you love yourself, you'll also work to improve yourself and be the best version of yourself that you can be.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. Absolutely. Body politics isn't really my strong suit. My girlfriend did like academic research on it back in college, so she probably knows quite a bit more than I do on the subject.
That would
Um,
actually be I would be very interested hearing her approach on that, because especially my more recent activity I feel have been pretty reasonable, but I would still always be, interested in hearing another take on it.
you've gotten in, hyena. You got it. The burgeoning Twitch career.
Great. Does that mean it? So I'm gonna have to get fucked up on a debate with my.
Yeah, she is I think quite nice and amicable. Yeah, she says she'd love to talk to you about it sometime.
Cool.
There we go. Laura Stark with the $5. I think I can answer this one. Maybe I missed this part, but is Hunter a Bernie bro? No, I do not believe so at this time. Am I correct in that?
I like Bernie more than any other Democrat.
I think that's very reasonable given the fucking lineup we have and the recent Warren shit. Oh my god! Any chance of likability, with these people, except for Delaney, of course. Blessed be his name.
Mm-hmm. Maybe you know what? Maybe just to trigger you, Vosh, I'll vote for Tulsi.
Yeah, playing to the shoe on head camp. I see. Out of curiosity, how do you feel about Yang?
Oh, he's, you know what? A lot of this stuff I haven't done extensive research on. I think that he's trying to use that $1,000 a month thing to sound good, but that would only inflate the economy. Also, I used to not have an opinion on Yang, and then me and my wife sat down and watched your video on Yang, and then that helped me learn a little more about him.
I will say, to his credit, he's gone back on his claim that that your Yang bucks would have the cost of whatever welfare services you're already using being discounted on a monthly basis. He did go back on that, and I respect. I think I don't agree with his positions. I feel like he takes the wrong approach towards the problems we face. But I do respect he's bringing legitimate attention to the fact that automation means we will eventually have, many service jobs and transportation jobs will be replaced. And I think as a person, I think he's pretty cute and fun, Well,
I think what I can admire about Yang, and this is always admired about Bernie, even way back when he was running the 2016 election, is I appreciate that both Bernie and Yang do appear to be genuine and authentic. Especially with Bernie. I mean, seeing Bernie versus Hillary's like a fucking robot. She's just saying her, just repeating the programmed shit the DNC told her to say. Whereas I always got the vibe from Bernie that he really genuinely wants to help the American people, and he's going about it the way he feels best.
Yeah, and I think that's important. I think authenticity, crazy fucking important. In these days, with how compromised political candidates are, with how much they're strangled by the expectations of the media and of their political party, I think authenticity is ever more important. I'm starting to lean towards supporting it over policy. Okay, we got to run through these a little quicker because I don't want to keep you here forever.
It's okay.
Gotcha. Shoe on Head says, again, not a question. Hunter, I have the script all ready to respond to your Bernie video, but I will spare you.
Thank you, Shu. Please spare me, because that might be one of my next videos.
Thank you, Shoe on Head, for your mercy.
Wow, so nice. Honestly, Shoe on Head, I'm not going to bring up our old beef or anything, but I spared you, so maybe you can spare me back. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Bless. We need a bless emote in my chat. Professor Studs with the $5. Hunter, I also suck at econ. Let's learn it together, comrade. Peppo hug. What do you think is the key component in someone re-examining their positions, either internally or externally?
The key, the first thing is just being willing to, I think. And that's kind of what happened with me. Like I said, monologue about everything that happened. It put me in a place where life basically humbled me. And I just was in a position where I was no longer so arrogant, and I was willing to kind of step back and re-examine my viewpoints. And I'll be honest, just, I'm so glad I have. being it's funny because before I like fully just embraced like the trans ideology,
Yeah.
um, I uh I would be kind of arguing with like my fiance about it, or I'd be listening to your streams on it, and I could feel that inside of me like wanting to resist it still. But there's a point where I was like, why am I resisting it if it's like data driven? As long as it's data driven, I'm willing to listen to anything as long as it has some data to back it up, if that makes sense.
Gotcha.
So yeah. Sorry, that was
Nice.
probably unnecessary, but you know.
No, no, not at all. Yeah, let me go through these. Bunny Sunny Mew with the $10. Hunter, oh, I think I'll be answering this one actually. Maybe I'll take the bullet here. Hunter, I debated Vosh for you. You never watched it. I sent you super chats, but you never followed me back on Instagram, and you refunded my video chats. Why do you treat your fans like this? Debate me. Okay, Hunter.
Wait, what is refunded video chat?
I am. You can refund super chats through. Wait, no. Okay.
Wait, is she saying? Wait, is she saying I never refunded her? Or
No,
I
I think
did
she's saying
refund
you
her?
did refund her.
If I okay, Bunny Sunny Meow, I recognize your username. Um, I know that you've donated to me multiple times, and I've always responded to them. I don't know if I used to do the follow back for $5 on Instagram thing a long while ago. Go ahead and send me your email if you, excuse me, send me your Instagram username on to my email, and I'll go ahead and I guess follow you back. But I'm sorry that I didn't have time to watch you debate Vosh on my behalf. I appreciate it, but next question.
Yeah, I just want to say, just folks, please try to have healthy relationships with the people whose content you consume.
And also, I mean, I do obviously, I don't want to be giving the impression that I'm, just taking from my fans and not giving back. So if I gave you that impression, I guess I apologize, but I haven't done anything really. Send me your Instagram username and I'll. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Fair is fair. All right.
Yeah,
Next,
that's as amicable a conclusion as this can conceivably get. Okay. Alan Hannigan with the $5. Hunter, Shu, and Vosh, the founding members of the long-needed leftist pipeline. It's true. One day you watch Hunter, and the next day you're a part of the Vanguard Party. What are you gonna do?
there you go.
Yeah, it's hard out there.
You're joining in.
The Hibernian conspiracy. You're part of it now, lad. All right. Okay. Oh God. Sorry. Okay. We're almost caught up. We can do this. I believe in us.
I believe in us too.
Pyotr Online with the $5 asked. Oh, I think this is for me. Hibernian. Hibernian is an old term that basically just means Irish. It has like pagan roots. It's a meme. It's a meme.
That's funny.
Brutus Magnuson with the $5 and the great name. Most people are against toxic masculinity as long as you don't say toxic masculinity. I agree with that.
Yeah, and that's a really perfect example of what I was kind of saying earlier with people. They just hear these terms, and rather than actually analyzing them, they sort of just have been trained to, like, it's a buzzword and just kind of equals bad, don't listen, liberal, wrong. Like, rather than really analyzing what is or isn't about it.
Yeah. 100% agreed. Conciliator with the $5. If Hunter doesn't like abortion, ask him if he supports better and more extensive sex education and better access to free and cheap contraception, which are shown to decrease unwanted pregnancies.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. Of course. The only thing I would say to that is I just think it's important that when you're teaching like sex ed in schools, that it just begins at a reasonable age. I'm not saying like wait till someone's like 16 to tell them about sex, but I'm also saying that like I might not like the idea of like a 5-year-old being taught about sex. I think there's like an innocence to being a kid that it's nice to have for a little while, but I do think absolutely there should be better sex education, and there should also be much more easier access to contraceptives.
I think my opinion on this is, so I had sex ed at 8th grade, which is 13 for most students. And I think that's too late because kids at 13 are already like fucking and jerking off and stuff. I think
Yeah, that might be a little late.
I
I learned
think
about sex when I was like 10.
yeah, I think getting a formal education on it in like sixth grade, so around 11, that's probably going to catch like 99% of people's sexual activity. And before
Mhm.
that, maybe in school there could be maybe in like second or third grade, like biology or something, there could be like like a very basic, like not even sex ed, like a this is what genitalia are. And the reason why I think that's important is because you need to give kids like names for things,
Right.
because if you don't, they can't describe if they're being abused. I've read stuff
I
saying it's
actually, you know what? That's a really good point. And I agree with that too. I think that like there's a way to appropriately explain to children like the human body without yeah. No, I actually I can get behind.
yeah, but I agree. Like probably like extensive sex education earlier than like 11 probably feels really fucking unnecessary.
Yeah,
Um
I think anywhere between 10 or 11. I mean, like I said, 10 was all about sex and stuff. So I feel like that's probably a decent age.
Yeah. Oh, Hyena's right. The issue, I think, is that schools assume parents give you a preliminary sex ed, but they don't because they didn't even get one. Yeah, a lot of schools usually assume parents will talk to their kids about this before the school does, but a lot of parents don't. You know,
Hmm.
um,
Okay.
which is pretty dumb. Um,
Yeah.
Little Bite with the $100 donation. Holy shit, comrade.
Wow.
Fuck. Wait.
I'm so glad I'm getting 50% from Vosh's
Yeah.
socialist policies over here paying off.
We'll talk about that after the stream.
So now
We'll
you're a
work the
capitalist.
contract out.
Okay,
Here,
I got
here.
it.
Hold on. Wait. I wait because I don't have this set up yet. I have to play this. Wait.
I'm kidding.
Wait.
Toss a coin to your streamer.
There. That's. I'll just manually play that when somebody donates a fuck. I somebody do a little. Have you seen the Witcher series on Netflix?
Actually, I don't use Netflix, so no.
That's very principled of you. It's
I
surprisingly
know.
good. I enjoyed it a lot.
Here's maybe my most controversial. Hulu is way better than that.
Anyway, here's the content of the dono. Hulu's pretty okay. I watched the original video Hunter did on transgenderism, and I have to say it really hit me and made me think about why I am trans. And I'm really glad to see Hunter's position has changed. I love you, V. Aw.
Wow. Well, I appreciate that, and I'm just glad that you're Vosh. I'm thankful that you're allowing me a platform where I can sort of clarify on some of my changed views. I mean, I saw a tweet the other day. Someone was like, "Oh, Hunter Avallone, he thinks trans people have a mental illness," and I'm like, "Oh God, it's gonna take so long to move away from that reputation." But
Yeah. I mean, there will probably be a segment of the internet that will never move on from that point, but they're not your target
Right.
audience anyway. And I think and one of the things that sucks the most about like what we do is that and the platform that we use is that there's really no way to get rid of a legacy.
Mhm.
Years in the future, people will still, carry memories or grudges from older stuff. Even if as
People
a person
still
who's
say that I'm a
changed.
fucking creationist.
Yeah,
People
yeah.
literally still call me a
Like
creationist.
sometimes people will like pune me for stuff that I said 6 months ago that I disagree with now, and like it's like 6 months. This is like an insane length of time in my brain. Like 6 months ago. Do you have any idea how many times I've jerked off between now and then? I'm a completely different person. All the cells have replaced themselves, but they
Right.
act like it's me now. And for you, this goes back even further. So,
Right.
yeah.
And honestly, like, it's just weird because I've talked to my wife about this. Like, if I hadn't started YouTube when I started it, would I have gotten to where I am today? And I just don't know. Like, my video I made on trans people, the truth about transgenders, I was 19 when I made that video, and I'm 23 now with like one kid and another kid on the way. Like, that doesn't sound like that long of a time, but that's so much shit that's changed. And like, I don't know. It's just crazy to think that people are they still remember me as like that transphobic 19-year-old like angry teenager.
I'm so glad that my stuff from 19 isn't how people define me now, because at 19 the only content I have out there from when I was 19 were my early debates with Destiny, and like the earliest ones that got uploaded, and I was a nasally little shit back then.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'm so glad that isn't like they don't have to live down that legacy every day. Honestly, frankly, you were far more composed at 19 than I was. So you
Well, I appreciate that. I mean, you know what? I've tried to convince myself. I've tried to muster up the courage to watch your responses to my old videos, but I haven't been able to bring myself to
you
do it
never
yet. 'Cause,
even
I mean,
watched them? They're just in the void?
they're just in the void. No. I watched your response to my newer video. But the one where you did the response to the truth about transgenders and the feminist one, I actually haven't watched those yet. And quite frankly, I'm scared to watch them because I'm going to be cringing so hard at me.
And if I watched them, I would be and I'm very temporal, you know. If I watched them now, all I would think is, why am I being so mean to my good friend Hunter Avallone? You know, so maybe
No, but at the time, I don't blame you at all.
we can
Those
leave
videos
it
were really bad.
in the dust together. We can walk away hand in hand.
All right.
From those times. Okay,
Well, not hand in hand. That's a little gay.
That's a little. That
No, I'm
is a
just
little
joking.
gay. You know, a hand within 10 foot of the other's hand. You know.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, here, hold on. Oh, Vontux with the $5. Among people in your seriously, little bite. Thanks for the $100 donation. That was super generous of you. Vontux with the $5. Among people in your age group, do you have some idea how well your politics align with other Zoomers? Are you typical or atypical? What about when you were more conservative?
Was that directed at me or you, Bob?
Oh, you, I assume, because I've talked about this. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that again?
Of course. Among people in your age group, do you have some idea how well your politics align with other Zoomers? Are you typical or atypical? What about when you were more conservative?
Well, when I was more conservative, it's hard to tell, to be honest, because I don't I just spend most of my time on the internet with, you know, doing work and shit. So like there's probably some Zoomers I align with, probably some that I don't. I mean, a lot of Zoomers, unfortunately, seem to be alt-right. So I don't align with, you know, those people. But that's kind of a tough question to answer because, of course, I align with some of them and I don't align with other ones.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's hard to like put Zoomers in like a broad prescriptive political candidate.
Right. There's not really any like Zoomer doesn't have like a political position necessarily.
Apparently, Zoomers have a little bit more conservative views when it comes to gay marriage and stuff than Gen X, which is unfortunate. But I don't know if there are other conditions which are affecting that. I blame Gamergate. Whatever the case may be. Ask yourself, with the 5 Canadian buckery dues, are we still doing we still doing a vegan chat, Hunter? I'd love to bring you around on that topic, seeing as you've been so reasonable and others. Vouch for me, Vosh. I can vouch for Ask Yourself.
I feel so bad. Ask yourself so many times to come on his show. And the thing is veganism is not only something that I know nothing about, but it's a subject that doesn't really interest me that much. I know that's probably like a sin to a lot of vegans, but I'll try to come on your show. Go ahead and just send me
gird your loins, because he goes hard on the philosophical syllogistic speak.
That's the thing is I know it's going to be, you know, he'll be leading the discussion because not only will I not have any rebuttals, I'm not going to care that much. So
that is a response, but I can vouch, but I can vouch, and I will vouch for his authenticity and his incredible willingness to argue for veganism. Dude called into Sam Cedar to talk about this fairly recently. Like he really cares, and again, authenticity. You know, I respect that. Counterpoints with the $5 at Hunter. Yes, I'm a clout chasing right-wing cop who did a really good stream with Vosh IMO. Yeah, that's true. I want to fight you for the position of Vosh's favorite right-winger. Are you down?
I wouldn't really call myself, so you can take that place.
Oh shit! All right, then you're my favorite free thinker, then, Hunter Avallone.
Yeah, I know it's kind of cheesy, but you know,
no,
whatever.
Well, the political discourse is framed in such a narrow window, you know, already. I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to break the mold a little bit. Okay, let me see. Okay, some of these are not questions, but I'll go over them anyway. The Shadow Bee with the 2 Canadian #free Neon Noir. Why would Neon Nor not be free? Did Neon Nor get banned? Did they post like gore or something? What? Sure, we'll work on it. Comrade D with the $5. Toss a coin to your streamer. I did that jingle. Indeed. Shoe on Bread with the $5. I've been on the Bernie train since the 1980s. I know you're not actually Shoe on Head because Shoe on Head was born in 2007. But I'm glad Bernie's pretty cool. Okay, here's one. Sean 1 with the $5. Hunter, what are your thoughts on single payer healthcare? Also, do you have high hopes for a living?
I do have high hopes, but I'm not supporting. I don't even remember the candidate. Was that Pete Buttigieg?
Yeah.
Single payer healthcare. I guess that's what single payer healthcare versus fucking universal healthcare. Is that kind of where that discussion
yeah, I
is?
guess
I
so. Probably single payer as opposed to like public option or what we currently have. If I had,
well, I actually, you know what? I'm gonna have to run right after this, but I wanted to ask you this really quickly. So here's the thing. I agree that single payer healthcare is so expensive, and I really think it's legitimately disgusting that there are people in our country who can't get medical help. Like there are people who like can't seek help for mental illnesses because they can't afford therapy. I think that's really fucked up. Here's my question for you, Vosh, because I know you're all about the universal healthcare. How like universal healthcare sounds good, right? But I've heard like horror stories, I guess, from like the UK where the government basically says that like kids who are sick can't seek the medical help that they need, or they have a higher likelihood of dying, so they can't get they can't get treatment or something. How much what would that really look like? Because I don't like the thought of the government controlling healthcare.
I will say this. There have been problems with UK healthcare lately due to Tory defunding. The NHK has been strangled over the past decade. However, a lot of the rumors concerning that type of healthcare are either dishonest or over exaggerations of the fact that sometimes in did I say NHK? Okay, fuck you guys. You know what I'm talking about. Sometimes in those countries where it's sort of government mandated healthcare, there are fairly long wait times for elective surgeries or elective care, but there are next to none when it comes to things that like immediate care or doctor's checkups or stuff like that. So the wait times.
I've even heard shit that people are like, I had cancer, so long to get help that the cancer spread or something.
I can't examine like the specific claim, but I know that a lot of those have been what I have seen. A lot of those have been flatly dishonest. There are huge problems with these countries' healthcare systems that I'm not going to gloss over, but a lot of them are just attempts at sort of post hoc justifying how bad the American system is by pretending other systems have. But I need to do way more research on this. This would be like a hard.
I appreciate that. I mean, this is something I'm actually really interested in.
You've got to run. There are just two more that have quick answers that I can read to you really quick. They're mostly like sentimental things, I think. SLKFT with the 20 euros. Thank you. Speaking of, says, thank you, Hunter, for being so open to alternative viewpoints and arguments. Very cool. I used to think of you as a cringe boomer. By the way, Bernie and Yang are pretty cool. Yeah, if you're a boomer, what am I? Tulsi is hot, but she goes too far with establishment bad. So, yeah, just love towards you. And last but not least, Hunter, diabetic rights?
Diabetic rights, yes.
Nice. And trans rights, too.
Okay, well, hold on here, because if I'm going to say trans rights, Vosh, I want to get a
libtard rights?
No, libtard wrecked.
Libtard right? Oh, absolutely. Fuck libtard. I'll wreck libtards on the street day in, day out. With you, without you. Fuck libtards. And trans rights. True.
Trans rights. There you go.
Hey,
all right, well, thanks for the talk. This was a lot of fun.
So much. Love to have you on. Hope we can speak again in the future. Have a phenomenal day. Tell your baby all of chat loves them.
I will. Absolutely. Thank you. Have a good one.
Bye. I reflexively almost, when the call ended, I almost hit the end stream button on Streamlabs. because I thought like, oh, the call's ended, and I had my mouse cursor over it, so I was like, oh, click the end, click the red button. That's good. It's good that I didn't do that though. God, there we go. Ugh, that was a good ass talk. That was a good ass conversation. Yeah, there we go. There you go. I know some of you wanted a little bit more contention, a little more arguments there. I am so happy. So happy with how that went. Really, really great chat. Gayfesh, normally I don't like just friendly chats, but there is still a pretty strong ideological difference between myself and Hunter. And there's a broader context here of Hunter's development politically. It's not like I'm just talking with like I don't know who do I agree with, like Lexi. Much as I love Lexi, talking with Lexi like, oh yeah, trans people, you know what I mean? Yeah, okay. Hold on really quick. There are still a ton of donos I need to go over. Holy shit, you guys. I need to pee first because I drink so much water before I stream. I don't know why I do that. After that, we have so much content on the docket. We've got so much content on the docket, okay? We have the letter from a former tankie, Hillary fucking Clinton. We have, oh, apparently Blair White just did a video on detransitioning, and I feel really antagonistic towards Blair White right now. So I'm just... I'm feeling open to it, you know? I'll be right back. I'm gonna wash hands. It's gonna be great. Oh, God. I was sitting in one position for so long. I did leg day the other day and my ass was sore. Ugh, Jesus. Oh, okay. There we go. And I'm like flattening these fucking lactic acid infused muscles. Okay, yeah, hold on 1 second. Cat? Is that networking? Oh, hey, fuck. Why did I scoot my chair so far back? Did I wash hands? Yes, Jesus Christ, you people are incessant. Okay, we have a lot of donos to go over. Holy shit, do we have a lot of donos to go over. I'm going to go over these as best as I can, folks. That's what I'm going to do, okay? I'm going to go over them as best as I can. And you know what? If you don't like watching me go over donos, now would be a good time for you to go get some food or a drink, and I will update the stream title when we get to the next glut of content. Nice, Pig Puncher. 144 hertz is a really good feel on the monitor. I'm glad. Now, let's go through it. Before today's stream, Sophie gifted five, that would be one hand, 5 subs, holy shit, comrade, 2 tier 2 subs to iDimension and Ghost of FDR, and 3 tier 1 subs to Novaterra, Head on Body, and Shadowbee. Sophie, thank you so much. You even did that off stream. You didn't even know I would see it. I mean, well, you probably knew, but still, that's incredibly kind of you. Thank you so good, so goddamn much. Mostly Sentient with the tier 1 sub, thank you, comrade. And Paul Resende's the $5. Why did you become a woke scold and cancel yourself yesterday? I had a lot of work to do and a lot of research I wanted to go through. Do you guys want to see it? It's a work in progress, but and most of the stuff hasn't been typed up yet. But on the ultimate research document, here we go. So I wanted to go over, so I'm going to be debating Sargon soon, and Sargon likes to throw a big shit fit about the impact immigration has on the wages of low income earners. In developed countries, and the economic consensus is that immigration generally benefits wages because there isn't perfect substitutability between immigrants and native workers. So yeah, the research just completely disagrees with him. And I haven't typed all of this up yet. Most of it is in a separate window that I have. But immigration is enormously beneficial to the economy. Are you worried about giving Sargon your talking points and sources ahead of time? No, Sargon's a fucking idiot. For one, the odds of him watching this are minimal. But for two, no, he's a fucking idiot. And there's no way for him to respond to these points because this is the economic consensus. He's definitely not smart enough to do research or to actually understand the points that are being made. Ending immigration would be incredibly destructive to a country's economy, and that would affect the lower skilled workers the most. His policy of ending immigration would be a death toll for the poor of the United Kingdom. But anyway, we can go over there. We can go over that later. That's why I canceled myself yesterday. Dick and Sonia with the $5. Hey, love from Finland. Just wanted to thank you for pulling me out of reactionary content. Any thoughts on the Nordic model? The Nordic model is superior to this model. I don't think the Nordic model is sufficient. And I'm interested, because I don't have any info on this, I'm interested on the extent to which the Nordic model abates versus encourages further left socialist radicalization. I'm interested in that. Does it prevent socialist fervor or does it enable it? I'm not sure. Something I'm interested in. Hunter x Hunter is life with the tier 1 sub. New PragerU video on white privilege is great. The guy literally defends racial profiling at one point. Nice! We'll definitely go over that at some point soon. Dracoris Felving with the $5. Did we just deprogram Hunter? If so, Vosh wins the internet today. Hunter did his work on his own. I'm happy to have played whatever small part in it that I could have. Collective Dreamer 0 with the $5. Hey Vosh, I've been watching your streams for quite a while, and you've quickly become my favorite streamer. Super stoked to be in chat for the first and probably not last time. Keep up the great work. Hey, that's really sweet. Happy to have you here in chat, comrade. That's really fucking nice. I'm really happy to have you here. You're beautiful, and I love you. Thank you very, very much. Stay in here, okay? Balthazar 228 with the $5. Hillary Clinton's garbage shitpost on Bernie makes me feel even better about not voting for her in Colorado in 2016 in the general. Ooh, the retroactive canceling. I get you, comrade. Yeah, fuck Hillary Clinton. What a fucking piece of shit. I tweeted about her earlier. Did my tweet get a lot of likes? Yes, it did. 3.3K. And only 3 hours in. GHJK with the $2. Ask him what it's like to be crypto pan. Sadly, he's straight, but that's okay. You know, life goes on. Lolatov Cocktail with the $2. Wait, is Hunter a comrade now? Not in the sense that he's a leftist, but I think that Hunter is moving towards progressivism at a pretty breakneck speed, in my opinion. Oh, gotcha, 21st century socialist. Not great. Counterpoints with the $5. Popularity of right-wing media online comes from a lack of representation in mainstream media. Fox is corporate Republicans the same way MSNBC is corporate left. Right-wing is much bigger than that. Yeah, because a lot of the right-wing is driven by a hatred of brown people and women and gay people, not so much corporate interest. Mainstream media will always be driven by corporate interest. Guns is a massive wedge issue for the right wing. Yeah, true, but we can exploit that because I'm very, very, very pro-gun. Chloe's super secret alt with the gifted tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much, comrade. And Addy with the incredibly generous 20 bucks. Thank you, my man or woman or non-binary person. Hey, Vosh, haven't donated in a while due to post-Japan poverty. Love you, though. You and Hunter should stream together more often. It's fun to listen to. Yes, Hunter is a very good conversationalist. I don't like bringing people on for non-debates that often. I have to moderate that, but I really do like talking to him, so I'm glad I did here, and I'm glad you had fun. Thank you very much for the generosity, comrade. Somnio Static. Oh, I didn't see this because it was before the dono train, the dono question train. Somnio Static with the $5. Hunter, you're in an all-important position of trying to wean your audience off the more radical parts of the right wing. What is your strategy for this? Yeah, true, Somnio Static. This kind of got answered, but I apologize for not having seen it. 21st Century Socialist with the very, very generous $25. Thank you, my man. That is really fucking kind of you. I always find it funny that American Christians justify their homophobia with Leviticus 18, yet ignore Leviticus 11's ban on pork and shellfish. Yeah, there's a lot of that, isn't there? Right? Like, there's a lot of that when it comes to biblical interpretations. And holy God. 1 second. Hey, babe? Do you think you could turn the heater off? It's definitely on. I wasn't blaming you. I was just asking if you could turn it off. I'm gonna die. No, I'm streaming. I'll pay you. You're right. Can you turn it off? You're so annoying. I am. It's a fucking hurricane out there. Do you know how windy it is? It's very windy. Dumbass. There's a lot of hypocrisy when it comes to there's a lot of hypocrisy when it comes to biblical justification of one's political positions. There's no denying that, 21st Century Socialist. I remember, do you guys remember when I debated Jesus is Lord, that crazy fucking Nazi black dude who was on Modern Day Debate? And I debated him, and debated, I know. But I called him out like for 20 minutes on how hypocritical he was with the application of his religious law. I need to talk about that more often. Bunny Sunny Mew with the $2. Hunter treats his fans shitty. Also ask about gender. I guess both of these topics got covered, Bunny. Sad Yogurt Boy with the $5. First time donator, long time watcher. As a fellow tabletop gamer, have you heard of / checked out the College Humor actual play show Dimension 20? I have no idea what that is, but I do know that that College Humor is RIP. College Humor is dead, which is really, really sad, unfortunately. But I can check it out, in spite of College Humor's, rip and pepperoni status-eroni. Deloon Zero with the $5. Show me a leftist whom does not believe that people can change for the better, and I will show you the alt-right's greatest weapon. Deloon, the 21st of January, 2020. Blessed wisdom, comrade. Thank you for sharing your quote-making skills with us. Very much appreciated. And true. Laura Stark with the tier 1 sub, thank you very much. And Vontex with the $1. How representative of his generation is Hunter? I can't figure out if the Zoomers are more or less progressive than the Millennials. I remember when being for LGBTQ rights was a defining feature of the youth. Is it still? Things are growing more polarized, but it seems like the lines for the Zoomers are similar-ish to the lines for Gen X types. Colossal Cactus, I would love to have Justin Wang on sometime, but I know my place. I know my place. Ignore my $1 donos? Okay, Vontex. Musent with the tier 1 sub. Hey, Vosh, I love your content. Take my neat bucks. Also, hey, Hunter, say trans rights. Which he did, to his credit. He did say that. So, that's true. That is true. Sophie with the gifted tier 2 sub. Thank you, comrade. And Shigawire with the tier 4 sub. That is so fucking generous of you. A socialist Norwegian here, happy to share some of my filthy petroleum wealth with the great Vosh. Hey, nothing great about me, comrade. Thank you for keeping our world powered with your dinosaur juice. That is incredibly kind of you. Enjoy the yellow name. I've seen you flexing in chat. I love you. You're beautiful. You're hot. You're sexy. And that is really, really generous of you. Thank you. Please release Neon Noir. Is Neon Noir banned? Yeah, I've seen this, Pig Puncher. LGBTQ whatever acceptance is getting is getting less prominent. It's yeah, like significantly so. The number of Americans 18 to 34 who are comfortable interacting with LGBTQ people slipped from 53% in 2017 to 45% in 2018, and that's down from 63% in 2016. I doubt the methodology of this study because there is no fucking way there was a 18 percentage point drop in acceptance of LGBTQ people over 2 years. That seems fucking insane to me. Something tells me that there was a different methodology, or there's some sort of distortion that exaggerates the it's not possible for the decline to be that fast. But if that is the case, then I blame PewDiePie. That's who I blame. Fucking Zoomers. Hold on. Jake Bees with the $3. Some feminism is so bad I get into countless debates with my girlfriend because anytime I bring up patriarchal issues that harm men, she always denies it or denies that they lack emotional support or male disposability, and it drives me crazy. Yeah, that is really fucking obnoxious. No denying it. That is incredibly obnoxious. And that's bad feminism too. Feminism should be about elevating, everyone for whom it is involved, not just the fucking femoids, okay? And that's bad feminism. That's true, Pig Puncher. Sophia with the gifted tier 2 sub to Diogenes. In a rich man's house, there is no place to spit but his face. That is true. Here we go. The gale winds from outside have substantially decreased the temperature of the house. That is very true. Thank you, comrade. Laura Stark with the $6. Do you think it's bad optics if someone is a streamer to call themselves a feminist, and that they should just use this label in private if they have a public platform? I don't call myself a feminist very directly. I'll usually just say that I'm a progressive or a leftist, or I believe in intersectional politics. But if I'm directly asked, hey, are you a feminist? I will say, yes, I am a feminist. I don't usually directly go by that label because I feel that my feminist beliefs are sort of roped into other political positions that I have. Yeah, Puppet State. I'll probably upload it sometime within a week, Yeah, Pig Puncher. It's just a matter of optimizing rhetoric, Balthazar with the $5. Peter Memes Bourgeoisie finally had his please clap moment. Oh shit, I didn't see it. I'll have to check it out after I'm done with the other stuff. Presto Puma with the $5. Hunter, I used to hate you, mostly because of your video on abortion, but seeing you debate Vosh and talking to Vosh on equal footing and really trying to better yourself, I now consider you a comrade. That is really fucking sweet. I really like this arc. This is my favorite arc. Bunny Sunny Mew with the $2. Please ask Hunter about our previous debate. I got that. JB Fizzy with the $2. You should make shorter videos about socialism. Yeah, probably. Every time I talk about socialism, it turns into a meandering fucking 80-hour rant. I probably could work on that. Lexify with the $1. Hunter, has anyone really been far even has decided to use even go one to do look more like? I know what his opinion on that would have been at the time. Oh, Buttigieg got jebbed? This is, I assume,
better hands guided by better
that
values
we're prepared to
on
act
those
in the
pulleys and
national
levers
security interests of this country to get
So can I
back
look to
in
you
the
to spread
business
that sense of
of
hope
creating a more
to
peaceful
those that you
world.
know?
Please
Come on.
I don't actually find it that cringe. It's funny though. Sorry. Oh no no no. Oh no. All right, now I'm going through the donations that I received to ask questions of Hunter. I'm going through those, and after that we should be good, I think. Except there are probably people who donated after I started reading donations, and I'm going to go over those as well. Okay, cleared all of that. Refresh. Okay, still a fair number of donations. That's okay. We're going to close that one. We're going to close that one. The Shadow Bee with the $2 Canadian. Thank you very much, comrade. I really appreciate that. All right, we're making our way downtown, walking fast, doing something. Did that, shoe and bread, did that, did single payer healthcare, did SLKFD with the 20 euros. Thank you again, very, very kind. Sake Tanuki with the $5. Should we have labs with our sex ed classes? Yeah, without question. So we can put the, we can show how to put the condom on the banana. You know, that's important. That's very, very important. Yes, confirmed. Collective Dreamer 0 with the $5. Hunter's thoughts on anarchy /ancom /communism. I'm afraid I didn't get to this question to him. However, it's probably reasonable to assume that Hunter is not really sold on anarchism as a concept, though I imagine it's something he'd be willing to talk about in the future, you know? Ding Dong Dangler with the $5. When is Hunter turning into a catboy and joining your harem? Oh, tragically, he is straight, but that's okay because I don't relentlessly fucking thirst after all of my fucking business relations. You know. Iron with the $5. Have Hunter say diabetic rights. Nailed it. Jack Attack LP with the $5. Hunter x Vosh is the best anime arc. Just noticed Vosh was in the Destiny Skeptic MOC debate. I just noticed Hunter was in the Destiny Skeptic MOC debate. You've definitely come a long way. Yes, he really, really has. Vosh, is it weird to get shipped with your political interlocutors? It's not weird for me, but I understand how it might be weird for them, so I try not to make them uncomfortable. I don't know if Shiwanhead is still here, but people in chat have a tendency to like ship me with Shiwanhead or whatever, which, like, again, like this doesn't bother me, but I imagine that Shiwanhead probably finds it a little bit weird, you know, considering that Shiwanhead like trad wifes like crazy for Armored Skeptic, you know what I mean? Oh wait, guys, Hunter x Vosh. That's really good though. Can somebody do one of the Hunter OPs? But instead of Gon and Killua, it's me and Hunter, and Hunter is Killua, and I'm like the straight-laced, like fresh-faced dipshit, and Killua is, instead of recovering from his assassin instincts and his abuse from his family, he's recovering from the Zoldyck conservative YouTube alliance, which is on a mountain, and he's relearning. Okay, Lamau Gon is so much more messed up than Killua. Yeah, but it's not dealt with as much. Also, early on in the show, that's less the case. What do you think of the Viet Cong and or Ho Chi Minh? Ho Chi Minh and the Viet Cong both seem pretty fucking based. I actually did a lot of research on them and civilian deaths that took place in the course of Ho Chi Minh's and the Viet Cong's fight against the French and then against America. And it seems like he was actually a pretty good leader. There were civilian deaths that I think were unnecessary, but I think a lot of them were in the context of what I would consider to be justified war. I think that Ho Chi Minh actually organized a pretty ethical, like, defensive war against imperial powers, you know? Yeah, that's my opinion. I actually think pretty well of that, you know? Okay. Lee Carnathan with the $5. Do you buy into generational politics? I think it's way overblown. No, I don't. Older people tend to be more conservative because they grew up in more conservative times, but there are cool old people and shitty young people, you know? We have Bernie Sanderses in this world, and we have Nick Fuenteses. Bread Conqueror with the $5. I'm so glad Hunter has progressed so much. Can you do John Doyle next? No, John Doyle is a dishonest fascist. His progression has been very, very different. If you look at his most recent videos, which I plan on going over, by the way, he's changed. He's not... No, 3 p.m. How you know? Yeah, he's not the same at all. Doyle is a fascist. There's no getting over it. Darwinian realism with the $5. Hunter, your growth and introspection is very admirable. Also, at 19, I was exiting creationism, so thankfully my cringy ass wasn't on YouTube. It's tough out there for us content creators, you know. Rivera Life with the $5 needs someone to debate on Sunday. If you don't support Bernie or disagree on evolution, spherical Earth, or other scientific consensus, atheism, or socialism, DM me on Twitter at Rivera Life. Yeah, Rivera Life has been doing fucking debate rounds lately. And I strongly encourage people to check that out. I haven't seen any of the Rivera Life's debates myself, but I have a tremendous amount of respect for anyone who engages in that circuit from a left-leaning perspective. And yeah, Pig Puncher, John Doyle's growth has been like scary. It's pretty unfortunate. I hope I have a huge boost like that sometime. Wait, we can go on Social Blade. Let's see. For me, I'm just getting like 100 to 200 a day. For John Doyle, that's John Soyle. Haha. Yeah, I need a cringy LARP intro. That's true. Yeah, John Doyle. Yeah, 129,000 subs. Yeesh. Yeah. Yeah, he seems to be getting about the same number of subs per day, but he's had some big jumps, which really hurt. These 2 months, he got about 26,000 subscribers. These 2 months, he got like 14 and 18,000 respectively. These 2 months together, just these 2 months, are the combined size of my channel. Thankfully, I get way more video views than him, though, so that's nice, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so there's that at least. Gotta keep an eye out. DigiFace Sarah, we're almost done, by the way. DigiFace Sarah with the $5. Trans healthcare on the NHS is in a dire state at the moment. It's like a 3-year wait to get your first consultation at the gender clinic. Yeah, but a lot of that is because A, trans people are underserved all over the place, and B, because the NHS has been drastically underfunded, you know? Like, this can be fixed. We can fix this. Boris can't, but we can. Somniostatic with the $5, changing the world one chut at a time. The nice thing about Hunter Avallone coming over isn't just because I like him personally, it's also because it means there's a ripple effect where he gets to change the minds of new people as well. Somniostatic with the $5, oh my god, there's a Vosh wiki. Yeah, we have it running on the website. It's cute, isn't it? I check it from time to time, see what people are up to. I should promote it more often. And Not M with the tier 1 sub. Figure I should probably subscribe at some point here. Yeah, why not, right? It's nice to see the orange names in chat. Look at how many subs we have to the left. Look, it's literally all subs and Pitbot. Look at that. Right now, there's not a single non-subscriber right here. That's really fucking cool. Good sub saturation is an indication that there's a strong community in this chat. Okay, there we go. Now all the fucking pale shitters, all the fucking white name cringe army rise up, you know. Bumfart Sparkles with the incredibly generous $21.37. Thank you so much, comrade. That is incredibly generous of you. I really appreciate it. Toincos. That's true. Toincos. That's true. Thank you. Vosh, do you think you're more charitable to problematic YouTubers when you find them attractive? Yeah. Yeah, probably. It's not something that I do consciously. I don't act charitable towards people because I think like I can fuck them. But there's no denying that people are biased towards though they find attractive. There have been studies on this. This is demonstrably the case across the board. And I'm susceptible to that bias, you know. Yeah, but that's definitely the case. Biggest anti-white take ever. So you like Hunter? Of course I like Hunter. What do you mean? He's cool. Monsters, you can send emails to voshvidya@gmail.com if you have any inquiries you want to be taken seriously. Though keep in mind, I'm not taking on any people for debates or discussions at the moment. We're almost done. Who is... Okay, I'll unban Neon Norlade. Do you have any idea how hard it is to unban people from YouTube chat? It's so fucking difficult, okay? Hold on. 59 no with the $5. Hey Vosh, I couldn't get out of bed today until I reluctantly turned on the stream. Thanks a ton. Genuinely Lamau. Hey, here to help you with your executive dysfunction, comrade. Very happy to help. Professor Studs with the $2. Maybe weird question, but do you feel like our donos give you a glimpse into our personalities? I don't know. I feel like my awkward excitability comes through painfully clear when I donate, and wonder if you or others are the same. Yeah, it's pretty easy to figure out people's personalities from how they donate to me. Absolutely. And I never forget a name once it's donated to me. I try to commit it to memory. You know, maybe I'll forget it like 6 months later, or whatever. But for the most part, I try to remember. I definitely, you know, recognize some personality. But like, whatever. I mean, all of you are getting, to be fair, all of you are getting all of my personality all of the time. I'm not holding anything back here. So for me to glean something from your behavior, is not, I think it's acceptable, you know? Pan Comrade, I haven't forgotten you. We're almost done. Fuck, anyway, fucking throats are... The God Emperor with the $5. Just a warning to chat that the first U.S. confirmed case of the coronavirus just happened in Seattle. Oh, shit. Please be careful, especially if you have friends and family who have or will travel to Wuhan or the region around it. Typically, the virus presents itself as a pneumonia. Okay. I don't know what that is, but cool. Good thing I... don't leave the house. Yeah, I'm safe against any epidemics. Thank you, comrade. Marcus with the $5. Is there any meaningful definition between the terms gender and gender role? Are they synonyms? Because to me, gender seems to be a role in and of itself. Gender as a term is a union of 3 distinct things. Excuse me. Gender role, gender presentation, and gender identity. Gender needs all 3. Gender identity is pretty obvious. It's what you identify as. Gender presentation is the performative elements of your character, the way in which you play a scene, which describes your gender to others. And then finally, gender roles are the expectations of one's behavior. Gender always entails all 3. So when I say gender abolitionism, I want to get rid of gender roles, but I don't think there's a way of getting rid of it without getting rid of gender itself. Okay, we're almost done. Paul Resende is the $5. Hey, Vosh in Destiny's video 1 hour ago, he suggested that populism, right-wing and left-wing, is cancerous. Would you say the populism Bernie inspires is cancerous? No, I would not. I would say it's actually much needed. And for the first time in decades, people in this country are taking seriously the fact that the poor and middle class, if there is such a thing, are under siege, class warfare from the elites. I think that it's very important people know that. I think it's important people get angry about it. And I think populism can be a force for good. Destiny has pundit brain, in my personal, humble opinion. Zeloff with the $5. Oh, so you're a socialist? Name every society. Hey, I could. I'm a fucking sociology major. Don't tempt me. Aurora with the $1. Millennials are the best generation. Let's high five, bro. There you go. I kind of missed. There we go. Nailed it. Comchia 430 with the $2. Hunter redemption arc is greater than the Kylo Ren redemption arc. I haven't seen The Rise of Skywalker yet. No fucking spoilerinos, okay? But true. Human Disaster with the $5. What are your thoughts on the decommodification of housing? I am in favor of the decommodification of housing. I think that housing is something to which people should be guaranteed and should not be tied necessarily to their incomes or economic mobility. Horse Me with the $5 finally went to therapy. Apparently, I'm depressed. Yeah. I blame it all on your postmodern neo-Marxism. Keep up the good work. By the way, Veritas found another tanky re. Oh, phenomenal. Wonderful. Of the tens of thousands of Bernie Sanders fucking workers, who would have known that more than 0 of them would have been tankies? Hey, if we looked at fucking Trump supporters, how many Nazis do you think we can find apart from all of them? Taryn Rich with the gifted tier 1 sub to Colossal Cactus. Thank you very much, comrade. Trash Pirate with the $5. Hey, Vosh, quick non-political question. In another stream, I heard you used to play League a lot. How did you quit? I'm in college and super addicted right now. I feel really stuck and can't do things I love. Whew. I quit playing League of Legends because I had an intensely unhealthy codependent relationship with my best friend at the time. He was the only person I would play League of Legends with. When he and I stopped being friends in a messy, essentially friend breakup, I can no longer bring myself to play League, and I haven't played it since. That's the gist of it. Caius with the $1. The Hibernians are hoarding all the surplus poop wealth in their colossal Irish asses. I'm getting a lot of personality from this dono. That's right, now I'm a Nosble HQer for poop, making Daddy J-Reg proud with my extremism. Well done, comrade. You have honored the chat with your wisdom. HTTP Lovecraft with the $5. You remember every dono name? Test time. $20 if you remember what my name was before I changed it 3 days ago. Damn. All right, you got me, HTTP Lovecraft. Now, if I saw that name, I would remember it. But no, you're right. You're right, you know. When you're right, you're right. And the last dono I'm going to go over right now, even though more have cropped up because you people are fucking insane, is Tier 4 from Wolfgar. Wolfgar, I still don't know. Thank you so fucking much, my dude. That is incredibly generous of you. I really, really fucking appreciate it. Thank you. Enjoy your yellow name. I love seeing you in chat, as always. You didn't even give a fucking message, just the Tier 4 sub. Oh my god, I did not expect that to go on for 3 hours, and there's still donos to go over. But folks, hold up. What are we doing? Hold up, wait a minute. You skipped my dono, Vosh?
Wait, this is like a...
Did I? Did I skip a dono? Oh no. If I did skip a dono, then I'm afraid that it's it has been dropped by the algorithm, not the algorithm. It's been dropped by the what's the term I always use? API. That's it. Thank you. But you're free to type out the language of your dono and I will respond to it. Anyway, folks! Let's focus. Can we focus? I feel like we haven't been doing much of that lately. Do I want to do Blair White? Nope. We don't have time. We have 55 minutes. We're doing the email. Oh no, we have to go over the Hillary thing. God damn it! We have to do Blair White tomorrow.
Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
All right. Okay. Free Neon Noir. What about Hillary Clinton? Cause she has a pussy. Focus. Please, guys, just fucking focus. Can we please, just for once in our life, can we focus on what's important in life, which is hating women? Can we please, holy shit, Hillary Clinton. Holy Jesus God almighty. First we had the fucking Elizabeth Warren thing. And that already women bad but this, holy shit, listen to this.
Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton unleashed a scathing attack on her 2016 primary rival, Senator Bernie Sanders, on Tuesday, as Sanders looks poised to be a top contender in several early 2020 primary contests. In an interview with The Hollywood Reporter, interviewer Lacey Rose read a quote Clinton gave filmmakers for an upcoming Hulu documentary exploring the 2016 campaign in which she savaged Sanders' Senate record. Rose savaged 2016 campaign in which she savaged Sanders' Senate record.
Okay, listen. I know that I'm a boomer, cringe, elderly, octogenarian degenerate, I just want to say, I really don't like savage being used as a verb. I don't like it. I'm just saying, I don't like it. I don't approve. Not savaged, spoke savagely of, maybe? I don't know, it still feels weird for a news publication to say, but...
Rose says, quoting Clinton, quote, "In the doc, you're brutally honest on Sanders. He was in Congress for years. He had one senator support him. Nobody likes him. Nobody wants to work with him. He got nothing done. He was a career politician. It's all just baloney, and I feel so bad that people got sucked into it."
And, you know,
what a fucking liar, dude. What a Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Still lying. Still fucking lying, dude. Can we actually analyze the veracity of this claim? Hillary Clinton, the most unlikable cunt in all of Washington, insulting Bernie Sanders for being a career politician? Hillary Clinton saying somebody else is a career politician as an insult. What? Nobody likes him. Hillary Clinton was one of the most unelectable candidates ever forwarded by the fucking DNC. Hillary Clinton worked for the state for 30 years. She had a long-standing, a long and efficacious political career, and she lost it all to a fucking car salesman in a penthouse. She lost all of it to a fucking steak merchant. She lost all of it to everything. She lost everything to this one Trump. She lost everything to Trump. And she's saying nobody likes Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders is one of the most liked politicians of the past decade. His favorability ratings blow Hillary Clinton's out of the fucking water. Hillary Clinton is such a piece of shit snake, dude. Yeah, the most liked senator. The most liked senator. The most liked senator, Bernie Sanders. Listen, I get it. I like Bernie Sanders, so obviously I'm biased in favor of his defense, but the sublime fucking irony of Hillary Clinton impugning the popularity of other... And the worst part of it is, Hillary Clinton... You know how everyone says Bernie Sanders is divisive? The Bernie bros. The Bernie bros, you know, the Bernie bros. They'll just Bernie or bust. They'll vote for Bernie, and if they don't get Bernie, they'll vote for Trump. So divisive. And then, which by the way is fucking bullshit, because more of Hillary Clinton supporters voted for McCain back in 2008 than Bernie Sanders supporters voted for Trump in 2016, like twice as many. So when it comes to like unity, twice as many of Hillary's supporters back in 2008 jumped over to fucking McCain and Palin rather than vote for Obama than Bernie Sanders supporters jumped over to Trump rather than support Hillary Clinton. Twice as many. Didn't know that? It's true. It's actually slightly more than twice as many. So divisive, Hillary. Your followers just, if they can't vote for you, you know, they'll vote for anyone. Do you think the reason why they did that is because, and I ranted about this earlier, is because they're dipshit, brainlet 20 IQ, liberal feminists, pop feminists, who desperately want labial flaps grinding against the seat in the Oval Office. So they'll jump over to McCain because Palin could have gotten in on the seat when McCain was off, you know, like hobbling down the halls of the estate. Do you think that's why? Because I can't think of any other explanation personally, you know. But really, so Hillary Clinton, you know, speaking of divisive, Speaking of divisive, do you know what Sanders did after Sanders lost the primaries back in 2016? He campaigned for Hillary. He campaigned for her. He went out there and he went to rallies. This old man, he went out to rallies. He practically campaigned for Hillary more than Hillary campaigned for Hillary. He went out there and he said, folks, Hillary and I, Hillary is better for this country than Donald Trump or whatever. He really did campaign harder than she did for her. And you know what he gets in return? In spite of the smears that she has levied against him since that time, you know what he gets in return? She later, the article says, refused to confirm whether she would endorse or campaign for Sanders should he win the Democratic nomination this year. Hillary Clinton is considering not endorsing if Bernie Sanders wins the primary. And Bernie fans are divisive. Hillary Clinton doesn't know whether she would prefer Bernie Sanders or fucking Donald Trump. Hillary Clinton truly is a shit-smeared skin suit stretched over a reptilian endoskeleton. I am disgusted to share a country with her. Hillary Clinton's legacy, from now unto her death, is going to be having decades of political ambition being brought to an expedient end by a fucking game show host, and then being salty about it until the day she dies. She's going to be mad about this forever. After the 2016 election, you want to compare books that Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders wrote? You want to compare the books? Bernie Sanders wrote a book on America and justice, moving forward, the American working class, political activism. Hillary Clinton wrote a book on why she should have won. What was the name of that book? Hold on. Clinton book. What was the name again? What happened? That's right. What happened? Can we... Ugh. What happened? A memoir about her. She wrote about her. And how much she deserved to be the president. Now, if we go to Bernie's 2016 book, Our Revolution, A Future to Believe in. In Our Revolution, Sanders shares his personal experiences from the campaign trail, recounting the details of his historic fight and the people who made it possible. And for the millions looking to continue the political revolution, he outlines a progressive economic, environmental, racial, and social justice agenda that will create jobs, raise wages, protect the environment, and provide health care for all, and ultimately transform our country and our world for the better. For him, the political revolution has just started. The campaign may be over, but the struggle goes on. Bernie Sanders got shafted by the DNC, then ran and campaigned like fucking 33 rallies for Hillary Clinton, endorsing her the entire way, and then wrote a book on America's way forward. Hillary Clinton benefited from the DNC rigging against Bernie Sanders, lost to an overgrown fucking car salesman, lost to Biff Tannen from Alt Timeline Earth, and then wrote a book on how she should have been president. What went wrong? What happened? And now that she's out of the running, now that she's here watching another election unfold, she's not sure whether or not she would rather have Donald Trump or Bernie Sanders. There really is no human more viscerally disgusting to me than Bernie Sanders. There is no reason to support her. Do you know why she's so anti-Bernie? Because she won the primary against Bernie. They had to rig the DNC. Wait, what? Did I misspeak? Did I say Bernie Sanders? Oh, okay. You guys are very funny. I said I hate Bernie? Well, that can't be the case. I love Bernie. Hillary Clinton. Now, take that back. Yeah, I'm sorry for all the hurt feelings. My apologies. Canceled, mask off. Yeah. Actual fascist Vosh. Yeah. Hillary Clinton is a reprehensible human being. And do you know why? I mean, because again, she won the primary against Bernie. You know, it took the DNC weighing the scale a little bit. We're seeing it today with the mainstream media, how they keep leaving Bernie's name out of their mouth. You know, latest poll shows Warren surges to second place. Oh, well, who's in first place? CNN, you know, the Warren Bernie kerfuffle, the recent poll. What was this? This literally just happened, like within the past 24 hours, right here. Look at this. You want to see fucking rigging? You want to see the DNC manufacturing consent with through like the media? Where is it? Where's the fucking image? The news site. Is this it, Dr. Lobster?
No, what is national?
Shu posted it. Here, we'll check Shu. That's right. Shu. Oh wait, I tweeted about this. God, I'm a fucking idiot. Here we go. There we go. Look at this. Here, I'm gonna cut myself out of the running here. Other 2020. Who would you vote for if the presidential election were today? Biden, 29%. Buttigieg, 6%. Warren, 6%. Klobuchar, 6%. Trump, 20%. Other, 33%. They really had to get Klobuchar in there, you know. Something tells me that other might contain a candidate that got more than 6% of the votes. Warren, Buttigieg, and Klobuchar. Oh, that's 6%. They're fine. They need to be in there. Something tells me Bernie's repping a pretty big chunk of that 33. These aren't accidents, folks. These aren't mistakes being made by incompetent interns. These are deliberate choices being made by very wealthy, very powerful people who are making the deliberate decision to excise information and popularity of Dr. Bernie Sanders from the general public because they benefit from it. Because name recognition is incredibly important when it comes to choosing a political candidate. Massively important. Bernie Sanders a doctor? No, I'm just fucking talking, dude. I say stupid shit all the time. But this is some real-ass true shit, okay? Do you know the real reason why Hillary Clinton hates Bernie Sanders? There's a real reason. There's a correct answer to this. It's not speculation. Even though Hillary Clinton benefited from DNC rigging, benefited from media rigging, benefited from decades of mainstream establishment political experience, benefited from Bernie Sanders campaigning for her as an old-ass fucking man who just came off losing the primary due to biases against him. You know why she hates him? It's because Hillary Clinton knows Bernie Sanders would have beaten Trump in 2016. She knows it. Everyone knows it. Everyone fucking knows it. She knows that the rigging in her favor cost America a blue president. And she will never let that go. If she was rational, then her hatred would be directed mostly towards Trump, which would be, you know, I think reasonable. And she would say, I will endorse any candidate who wins the DNC. I will anyone to beat Trump, you know, unity over division, vote blue no matter who. You know, the stuff that mainstream Democrats say when they're pretending Bernie doesn't exist, you know. But then when it comes to Bernie, the man who she knows she cost the chance to improve the country, that ego. That ego comes right back up. She can't fucking handle it. She knows, and it's the guilt too. You've probably experienced this, you know, before in a group project in class back in high school or college or what have you. When you volunteer for a section and do a shit job, and there's another person in your group who you know would have done a better job, but you did it because you wanted to prove you could do a good job, but then you couldn't. And then you have to walk back to the group after doing a shit job and after getting the grade lowered for everyone. And you meet eyes with a person who could have done a better job, who everyone knows could have done a better job. And you can't say anything. They're too polite. They're not going to say anything. But you, because you're a dumb reptilian bitch, you hate her or him or whatever. You hate them. Because you know they're a physical manifestation of your failure. It's a theory, you know. It's a theory. Whatever the case may be, it was her turn. I agree, Nevada 54. I have never known a politician more entitled than Hillary Clinton. Never. That's what Hillary Clinton is going to be known for, more than anything else. Hillary Clinton is going to be known for decades of political ambition crashing to a halt against a 62 IQ steak salesman, you know, and also for her ties to Epstein. Let's not forget the fact that Hillary Clinton has definitely sat in a velvet chair, wringing her hands while watching Bill Clinton rape a 12-year-old girl. We shouldn't forget that. I think that's a very important part of any discussion with Hillary Clinton. Yeah, Hillary Clinton, who just defended Weinstein too, really like an hour ago, just defended Weinstein. You know, how could we have known? You know, who could have known that Weinstein was a fucking creep? Who could have known? This is literally an hour. I'm not joking, by the way. Look, if we look at Hillary Clinton. 1 hour ago, Hillary Clinton defends ties to Harvey Weinstein. How could we have known? Who could we have known? There was no evidence prior to the Me Too movement that Weinstein was a massive fucking creep. Do you really think somebody with the political power and know-how as Hillary Clinton wasn't not only aware of Weinstein's behavior, but wasn't personally attending the rape sesh? You know, there's no fucking way. She knew. She doesn't give a fuck. She doesn't give a single fuck. In fact, I bet you if it's not Weinstein, if Epstein hadn't been if Epstein had not been found to be a pedophile and a child sex trafficker back prior to 2016, I guarantee you that Hillary would have taken a huge amount of money from him and said, "Well, we couldn't have known," back when the recent arrest took place. When you have as much power and know-how and money as the Clinton family does, I feel like raping people is the only thing that can really do anything for you anymore, you know? I've said this before. There's a reason why billionaires and all these Hollywood elites and stuff are huge into the pedophilia stuff. And it really is true. The Hollywood pedophile stuff, this is a real thing. That's not a joke. You know, Gary Coleman tried to blow the lid in this back in the aughts, you know, and he was told to shut the fuck up because it's an open secret, you know, you don't talk about it. But the reason for this is because if you're really, really powerful, you know, if you're a billionaire and you have the private cell phone numbers of the president of the United States of America, the vice president, and the secretary of state, are you really going to get off to what are you going to get off to anymore? Jerking off? Why would you ever jerk off again in your life? Was it Gary Coleman or Corey Feldman? It was either Gary Coleman or Corey Feldman because those two names are the same person to me. Yeah, if you're that powerful, why would you guys in chat? What do you do to get laid? For me, I can go on Tinder. Billionaire's not going to go on fucking Tinder. I can go to a hobby meetup. Or I guess for me, because I have fans, I can have my fans or whatever. This is plebeian shit. for a billionaire. You know, they need a way to express the power that they have. If you have a line to the presidency, it's not enough. It's not enough for you to fuck someone anymore. You have to express your power. And the ultimate expression of power for a powerful person is to rape children and get away with it. You know, maybe to murder them and eat them afterwards, but maybe that's too gross for some people. You know, I get it. You know, sympathy to the billionaire pedophiles who don't eat the children they rape. You know, whatever. But yeah, I think that's it. And it's also to be said, you know, that it's a catch. You catch them, because if you're in Hollywood, you know, if you're in Hollywood and you're attending a party and you're not a billionaire pedophile, you're a lowly millionaire actor, you know, you get a little drunk, you know, maybe you like find a cute girl, she's onto you, you know. You wake up the next morning, you know, her holes are just bored open. Everyone had a great time. As you leave the bedroom, you know, a heavy hand gets placed on your shoulder like, hey, buddy, did you like my girl? She's 15, you know. Got him. There you go. This is a real thing, by the way. The entrapment, you know, the pedophile rings, like you bring... This is a real thing. Whatever. I'm going way off topic here. The point I'm laboriously trying to arrive at is that these systems of power, that these people operate within, are fundamentally, pathologically, they're sociopathic. And Hillary Clinton is one of the biggest, is one of the biggest, like, you know, arbitrators of this type of behavior. Ties with Epstein, ties with Trump, ties with Weinstein. Too salty, too mad, too sad to support Bernie Sanders because she's still mad that she cost the country a blue president. Just a fucking horrible human being. Really, seriously, Hillary Clinton fucking disgusts me. I don't have much to say beyond that. I mean, there's no defense for this behavior. All right, we did it. I don't know how we started talking about Hollywood pedophiles there, but it happened. Hold on. I've got a few donos, and we've got a letter to read. Okay? Inconspicuous Minnesotan with the 538. Thank you. Did any idea you have come to accept seem ridiculous at first? Oh, yeah. And also, is there any hope, or do we have to go full doomer? There's always hope, comrade. There's always hope. Never stop hoping. Never stop hoping. Yeah, but there are tons of ideas that I've come to accept that seemed ridiculous at first. I was a trans medicalist at first. I didn't do it out of hatred for trans people. I just thought, like, that was the definition of trans. Stuff like that. A lot of stuff concerning, like, fat politics and body politics. A lot of stuff you just have to have explained to you properly, you know? SLKFD with the incredibly generous 20 euros. Thank you, comrade. That is very kind of you. Hillary Clinton is stone toss. True. Hillary Clinton is in fact known legendary Nazi comic artist. That is true. That is Hillary Clinton. Stone toss is Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton stone toss. Thank you, comrade, for bringing this truth to light. Neon44 with the $5. I have a teacher who still reads about Bernie bros and does the vote blue no matter who. If Hillary doesn't support Bernie, I will never let her or Hillary or any Hillary forever chud hear the end of it. Never do. Even the fact that she would consider not endorsing the primary candidate is evidence against her. Already, be insufferable already. Don't stop being insufferable. Valenth with the tier 2 sub, thank you. Maybe the API didn't pick it up because it had a link in it. I posted Ticks, the Nazis were socialist video because it is grade A cringe. Yeah, I was considering going over this like a while ago. I've had this video in my suggestions list for a while. The issue is I kind of already did a Nazism isn't socialism thing with Razor Fist, and I was choosing between those two videos, and I chose the Razor Fist one because it was more fun, whereas Tick is just boring. you know? But I could still go over it sometime. It's still on my list. It hasn't been removed from my list. Oh, you're going over it tomorrow, Pig Puncher? Okay, well then there you go. Pig Puncher's going over it. I won't dip that. I won't hit that nugget. Somnio Static with the $5. Watch Joy Ann Reid blame hackers for her anti-LGBT sentiments in the past. I've seen this. I've fucking seen this. Joy Reid, aka one of the anti-Bernie bitches, made some virulently homophobic comments in the past and then doubled down and blamed hackers for posting to her account. Posts that had been made years ago. I've seen this shit, dude. Fuck her. Man, why is everyone who's opposed to Bernie such a piece of shit? Tokyo Megaplex with the $2. Is it better to primary for Bernie in MA or New York? I don't actually know, folks. I mean, Iowa's obviously the next step, but I don't actually know. New York? Chat says New York. Chat says New York. So I guess there you go. I don't know. Sake Tanuki with the $5. Are you ready for the mask to come off when Bernie hits 40%? All the other candidates drop out and HRC arrives in her plume of fire to announce her candidacy. I can't imagine Hillary Clinton driving onto the DNC stage in like a fucking hot rod made out of human skin stretched over like the skeleton of a vehicle, and it's got like the faces, the gaped faces of the skinned like children. And fires like coming out of her, and she announces in a gravelly voice that she's entering the race as well. I can imagine this, you know, and she'd probably win too. Duck with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much, comrade. And Sophie Snoo with the $5. Peppo hug? Peppo hug to you too, comrade. Very much appreciated. Rede with the incredibly generous $20. Thank you, comrade. That is very kind of you. Any chance for you delving into more religious topics, since plenty of the bigotry and whatnot we on the left wing fight against probably stems from religion, would enjoy videos or debates on it. I'll admit it's not my preferred subject of discussion. It's not something I typically enjoy really getting into. I'm not fundamentally opposed to it, and it's something I could benefit from examining further, but I'd have to like dip my toes into it, you know? I don't like doing like edgy atheist stuff, but I recognize, at least like for rhetorical purposes, that it could be useful for me to have a basic understanding of some religious texts. Especially since a lot of people pull out the Islam is inherently violent because of the Quran shit, when I know there are a fuck ton of violent passages from the Bible, you know? All right, we're almost done. And then we're doing the letter. Sake Tanuki with the $5. Thank you, comrade. Razor Fist is unironically a silver non-elite level 1 Quilboar and Duratar. Ah, God, do you remember back when finding silver mobs was so satisfying back in fucking Classic? Oh God, that felt so good. Vosh, was the DNC actually rigging the primary? Just banter, bro. When I say rigging, what I mean is manufacturing consent. I mean that the DNC back in 2016, 2015 was pulling strings, using their power, using their media connections to deliberately bias media perception against Bernie Sanders. There was also some fuckery going on at the higher level with like rules for their stuff. But yeah, there were email leaks confirming that they had a pretty deliberate intent to like make Hillary Clinton the candidate. Hold on. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna need water before this. Didn't HRC have final say on press releases by the DNC? Yeah, I remember that, and holy shit. Do you guys realize how fucked it is that one of the candidates in a primary would have final say on media publications from the DNC when there are other candidates in the primary that person is running against? That's pretty fucking weird, right? Excuse me. Kind reminder, Warren confirmed the DNC rigging of the election against Bernie, but later apologized when challenged. What a spineless cunt. Yeah. Sake Tanuki with the $5. When we say they rigged it, we mean they rigged it. Yeah, I need to go into like full on that. But yeah, it was 100%. I wonder if Destiny would challenge the idea that they rigged it back in 2016. Vosh, I'm getting nervous about streaming. What if I shit myself on stream? Can everyone hug Hyena so Hyena knows that she probably will not shit herself? What if I get my Grookey and just shit? Hyena, you can always kill yourself. That is always the option. If you poop on stream, you can just end it right there, and then you don't have to deal with the cleanup. I have to deal with the cleanup then. But don't kill yourself, because I like you very much. Guys, just so you know, I'm going to read through this, and after I'm done with it, Hyena is going to be streaming Pokemon. She got fucking Pokemon Sword, and she's going to be streaming it. Okay, listen. Concentrate, guys. I got an email a little while ago from like a tanky challenging my anti-tanky positions, you know? And I responded, and I criticized their takes quite a bit. And I usually don't talk that much over email. But I just fucking hate tankies, dude. And I got a response, and the response was really fucking interesting to me. And I asked if I could read it out loud on stream because I thought it was interesting and I wanted to share it with you guys. And they said yes, and they added a little addendum at the end. It's definitely a little dramatic, you know. But I was interested in the content of the email, and I wanted to go over it, you know. So, if I may. To be honest, in the week and a half since I first wrote that original email, I have lost all interest in defending tankies from your or anyone else's condemnation. As we were scrambling to release our first internal circular on New Year's Eve, I pointed out that one of our articles ignored the distinction between Republicans and Democrats. One thing led to the other, and what followed was over 12 hours of my repeated attempts to demonstrate why Democrats lead to better outcomes than Republicans in a sea of non-arguments ranging from irrelevant to outright disingenuous. At one point, one of the others who actually seemed to agree with me criticized my appeals to the welfare of American people, posting the Karl Liebknecht, yep, I don't know who that is either, quote, "Pity for poverty, enthusiasm for equality and freedom, recognition of social injustice, and a desire to remove it is not socialism." While true, the implication was that we should not really concern ourselves with what's best for the people at all. It was totally unfathomable to me how anyone, especially people who I've found to be reasonable on other issues, could be so dismissive of my inarguable points, unable to engage with them directly, even once in what is probably the longest debate I've ever had. But then I remembered that not too long ago I was on the other side of the same debate, shocking my social democrat friend by telling her I had no intention to vote when I turned 18. When she asked me why, I regurgitated the same "both sides are bad, therefore who cares" argument my fellow tankies gave me, but she pointed out that the Republicans in Washington state are trying to require parental approval if their underage daughters want an abortion, reminding me that it's just our lives. Yes, I too may have been anti-voting, but when I was faced with a good rebuttal, I changed my mind, but they maintained it. Sitting there, typing away in a private Discord channel, in a private server, in an organization that most people will never know or care about, I realized that these people, even the ones who weren't opposed to voting, aren't socialists because they wanted to maximize the well-being of all people. They're socialists because Marx was right, and Marx was right because he's a socialist. And however well-meaning these people are doesn't change the fact that this organization, an organization I co-founded 2.5 years ago, has done less than nothing for the left. If anything, it's done active harm. Yesterday, one of our members was bragging about going on a pro-Bernie server and spamming messages calling him a social fascist. I can't even begin to describe the myopia that must have led to that. I want to thank you for allowing... jerk me off a little. I want to thank you for allowing me to see the blatant destruction that these people do to the left, a destruction that I have, up until this point, perpetuated, because I thought we and only we were in the right. I was just 13 when I began calling myself a Marxist-Leninist, and I didn't do it because I'd done some thorough analysis of political theory and practice. I did it because I watched a few Finbull videos that told me Stalin and the USSR were good, and I believed them without listening to the other side. And maybe those videos were right, but I can no longer be so arrogant as to dismiss the consensus of mountains of academic and historical research without having a damn good understanding of it myself. I have to face the fact that I've become emotionally attached to my positions, unironically pushing feels over reals. Even if Marxism-Leninism turned out to have a better record than non-ML leftism, that doesn't mean one is right and the other is wrong. One of the reasons I was so quick to disregard the mainstream historical critique of these socialists is because I thought their proponents were just a bunch of bourgeois academics or useful idiots, but seeing an intelligent socialist make similar arguments causes me to have second thoughts. And if Marxism-Leninism really does have as horrible a track record as many say it does, then I might have to consider other forms of leftism. When you first rebuked tankies as being more interested in the aesthetics of socialism than actually helping people out, I thought it was just meaningless ad hominem drivel. I knew I was interested in helping people out, so it had to be. But seeing the farce of that voting debate firsthand, as well as recognizing how little we've done for the left, has shown me that you were right. Frankly, I think what really attracted me to Marxism-Leninism at first was the notion of some idyllic socialist past that we needed to recreate, a sentiment that I'm sure is shared by many on the alt-right, albeit for different societies. But acknowledging my lack of knowledge on 20th century socialism and political theory generally, I know that I can no longer so boldly call myself a Marxist-Leninist without really knowing what that means or what other forms of leftism entail. I know enough to be a socialist, and at this point that's all I really need. Deciding how in particular we should structure our government and economy after we win the Civil War, after we set up a revolutionary uprising, after we win over enough people to make that possible, is by far one of the least productive things I could be doing right now. And it's likely more than a coincidence that I joined the tanky community around the same time I joined the YouTube subliminal sphere, an occult collection of channels that claim their videos, if listened to long enough, can change one's physical attributes. I was deluded by their promise of allowing me to transition completely, as I was too afraid to face my family and my society. Now I realize that waiting has only been to my detriment, but I am glad I gradually admitted the obvious absurdity of this delusion to myself over the last few months, for which I have to thank ContraPoints for showing me that being trans isn't the worst thing ever, and you for restoring my respect for science and academia. So, in short, I disavow all of this nonsense and thank you for helping me see through the dogma. But I'll still remain in my organization and try to make it better. Maybe we might be able to let back in all the Trotskyists and anarchists we purged almost 2 years ago. I don't want a group I created to continue hurting the left, but I am consoled by the fact that whatever effect we're having, I doubt it will be large enough to be relevant. I'll cut this short because this is almost getting as long as my first email. Thank you for everything you do and congrats on 50K. Good luck in the next decade. So that was the original email that she had sent to me. And then I asked her if she would be okay with me reading it on stream because, and maybe this isn't your personal thing, and there's no doubt, some jerking off here, and I love being jerked off, but there is content here that is relevant to what I have discussed in the past, and I like getting a human insight into this misattribution of leftist values. What's incredible to me is that the time period between the first email and the one where they avowed everything else, where they disavow everything else, the difference between the two was like a week. So day one, they're messaging me, telling me that I'm wrong in my characterization of tankies. And day 8, they're completely disavowing all of this. Anyway, this is I think this is far better written than most of the emails that I get. It's pretty darn good looking, actually. But there was an addendum. There's an addendum to this script that she asked be. I assume I guess context. The name on the email is Victoria, so I think that's a fairly reasonable guess. But I'll go with they anyway, just to be sure. There is a postscript that she's asked I read, so I'll go over that now. P.S. If anyone from my organization hears this message, I have little doubt of what is to come. You might strip me of my roles, exclude me from the group, and tarnish my memory. And I would take all of it gracefully, for if the tables were turned, I would have done the same just a few months ago. But before you unleash your vitriol and call me every name in the book, consider this. There is a reason I did not reveal the name of our organization or those of any of our members. It's because I don't want to throw away everything we've built. I want to make it better. If you think the path we are on today is the path to socialism and victory, I want you to stop and ask yourself exactly what we have achieved over the last 2 years. What have we done to advance discourse, to move people left, and to put our theory into practice? And if you believe in Marxism-Leninism or Maoism and think Stalin and Mao were innocent, are you able to substantiate your beliefs in the face of their detractors? Or have you not read one word of what those detractors have to say? I certainly haven't, and that's why I cannot genuinely call myself a Marxist-Leninist, and I doubt most of you can either. And who knows, maybe you're right. Maybe the Vanguard Party is the way and the Nazis did the Katyn massacre. None of that changes I don't know what that is. None of that changes the harm we are doing to the left by ignoring the blatant reality that most people, if exposed to our positions, would view us just as we view the Nazis. If you want to change that, you need to engage with the issues of today, the issues that matter to ordinary working people. And you need to engage with your opponents on the right, but also on the left. Perhaps you might learn something. It would be dogmatic to think otherwise. On the other hand, you could keep sailing down this river, publish your articles, hold your meetings, run the committees with minimal participation outside the staff themselves. Despite everything I've said here, I do not hate you, for I know you mean well. No, actually, I pity you, for you are convinced that your path is right, that you will be the vanguard of the next revolution in the West when your largest Western advocate is Jason Unruh. I pity you, for you never realize that the divide in America is not between socialists and capitalists, but between social democrats and fascists. Move it left, or that's very true, by the way. Move it left, or your river shall not lead to paradise, but the jagged cliffs of a fascist rebellion. And that's the conclusion of the postscript. And I don't want to editorialize too much because Comrade Mooney, this does sound like letter to cult member from ex-member of that cult. It really does. Anyway, it was well written. I liked it. A tremendous respect to the person who wrote this out. I really do appreciate it. And I just want to say, that this wasn't done to like impugn or like self-adulate or anything like that. The reason I liked this is because so often political advocacy is driven by personal, unresolved internal disputes. Why are so many people neo-Nazis? Well, it stems from hurt and entitlement and anger, you know? Why are so many people liberals? Well, because it stems from you know, a fear, a complacency, an unwillingness. There's usually an emotional root to people's political views. Nobody truly is, you know, a bastion of facts and logic, including myself. There are reasons, legitimate reasons, emotionally, why I believe the things that I believe, and I'm compromised, and those biases affect my perspective. And it is as important when engaging in political advocacy to examine the psyche of those who disagree with you as it sometimes is to engage with their actual policy positions, which is why we spend so much more time discussing the psyche of Nazism than we do their actual political positions, because their political positions are fucking irrelevant. They'll lie, they'll change their minds in a dime. It doesn't fucking matter. The only thing that matters for them is the hurt and entitlement that they feel that leads them towards their genocidal practices. Again, we're not talking about Nazis here. We're talking about tankies, which are, very, very different. Whatever the case may be, thank you to the, the deliverer of this email. You'll probably see the videos that comes out. And yeah, I'm personally heartened by the changes that you have made. Obviously, I am biased. I hope things work out with the organization you are in and with its members. I hope that there is no tremendous falling out, and I hope that you are able to continue to live your life authentically from this point forward. There we go. I'm glad I could do that. Now I'm going to finish donations, and then I'm going to host Hyena's stream. For Hyena, we'll be playing Pokemon. Ugh, nose. Itchy. Guys, I really cannot recommend to you enough checking out Hyena's game streams. Hyena is not a gamer. She's so cute. I watched her play Breath of the Wild for an hour and a half a few days ago, and she's like moving the camera around, and she's like, "Oh, I don't want to kill the Goblin Man." Like, it's so fucking cute. You guys really should check it out. I love her so much. Jake Bees with the tier 1 sub. Lamau, 30 minutes ago when I was leaving my college campus, some dude followed me around asking if I registered to vote, and I answered yes. When he kept trying to get me to sign something, when I told him no, he called me a communist. True! He was on the mark then, wasn't he? Non-authority with the 250. Hi, Vosh, I'm sad today. Have some money. Thank you, comrade, and I'm sorry to hear that you're sad. Maybe Hyena's game stream can help you out a little, Sake Tanuki with the $5. Bernie won all 55 of West Virginia's counties. HRC won the majority of their delegates. Nice! I love our political system. Thank you, comrade. And Somnio Static with the $5. So the Joy Reid non-apology, a chick on the Michael Brooks show, explained why she said that very well. In the woke scold community, there is no redemption. You have to apologize that way by denying. That's true. If you leave no avenue for your allies to change, then you can't exactly be surprised when they don't engage in much honest introspection. Jack Attack LP with the $2. No, he's not a fave here, but Finbull did a goddamn tick RE? Goddamn tick response? I have no idea what you're saying here, comrade, but yeah, sure. Nice. And Sake Tanuki with the $5. Thank you, my man. Not just manufacturing consent. The number 2 reason pulled from non-voters for not voting was they felt their votes didn't count. The media publishing the superdelegate counts and their counts contributed to this. Yeah, the superdelegate shit is fucking omega cringe. There's no denying that. Yeah. Yeah, well, we'll see what happens this time. At least Warren's not as much of a fucking favorite as Hillary was, nor is Biden, frankly. Jarrett Finney with the $10. Thank you. That's very generous of you. I love your stuff and have a question, but would be written too long to be interesting. In the meantime, here's some money. That is a honorable move on your part. Email it to me if you got a big question. voshvideo@gmail.com. That's honorable of you. I respect that, rather than doing 10 $1 donos for you. Jeff Allen with the very generous $20. Thank you, comrade. That is incredibly kind of you. If you don't name your future autobiography, Vosh darn it, what are we even doing here? One day, comrade, the life, the trials and tribulations, the expose of my life will be put in print. And when that day comes, I will strongly consider this title. Oh, thank you, Furry Stalin. Happy to be in the position. Hold on. Okay, I gotta finish this. Sake Tanuki with the $5. Hyena/Vermin. Can you tell Vosh to start wearing more revealing clothing if he's ever going to build his reputation as a booby streamer? Maybe start with a low-cut V-neck? There we go. There we go, okay? Now we've got it. Thank you, comrade. And she does. Darwinian realism with the $5. MSNBC's body language expert shitting on Bernie. Reminded me of that P.O. reading about Bernie's subliminal sexism. Yes, this is on my to analyze segment. Though I won't be going over the secular talk, variant of it. But I do plan on talking about that. The language expert, yeah, that fucking bitch. Anti-vaxxer, too. Gort the Mighty with the $5. Wow, wish I had this earlier. I had a bad falling out with one of my friends who fell down the tanky hole. Yeah, well, hey, maybe that letter today can help more people in the future, We can only hope, right? Sorry about that, comrade. Revelay with the tier 1 sub. Hey, Buckaroo, where should I start to get a more specific stance than anti-capitalist? I'm averse to skull-fucking entire books, but I'm really willing to read some amount. Or is it even worth it instead of strengthening my current positions? If you're interested in literature, Radical Reviewer does the best content for that, and you should go check out his channel on YouTube. He is a friend of mine. When it comes to more specificity with regards to your political stances, I would recommend that you take a look at my Politics 101 video that I did a few months ago, where I described the basic, sort of fundamental positions that one holds in a political arena, and you can build off of that. I'm being a little self-congratulatory here, but I think that would be a good video to start out on. It is rather long, but I tried to keep it interesting. I love you, buddy. We're almost done here. John Trevice with a very, very generous $10. Thank you, my man. Keep up the good work, low rent Steny. Hey, I try my best. I'm just trying to live the fake Steny lifestyle, That's I'm trying to live it best as I can, Dragon Maiden 77 with the $2. I can give Hyena some Pokemon if she wants them. You'll have to ask her in her chat, comrade, which we'll be getting to real soon. And Sake Tanuki with the $5. Oh my god, I just realized Vosh looks like the bear guy from the True Grit reboot with Jeff Bridges. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. Oh, what the fuck? Vosh started streaming so early today? Kabita, my streams are usually 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. PST. It's only the video game streams that are later. That's kind of funny. Monsters with the tier 1 sub. Vosh, you're a big wholesome boy and I'm proud to sub. Also, the subliminals you mentioned earlier are a big deal in my occult community and I hate it. I never even heard of that shit before. The subliminal, body change shit? Yeah, what's up? That's fucking wild.
If it was you or me who last opened Streamlabs. Was it you?
It was me?
It was you, so you have it set to the right settings?
Yeah, I right-click. Yeah, it's set to the thing. Is it misbehaving?
Oh, my video is just kind of laggy.
I can double-check everything.
Should I close it and reopen it?
Yes, do that.
What is it? Which one do I have to use?
Integrated graphics
If
settings.
I shut down, it won't fuck everything up, right?
Probably not.
Okay, I hope. All right.
I'll be right there.
Give me a few minutes to go live, all right?
Well, I was going to help you set up.
What? No, I'm live.
You're live?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll keep reading donos.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess she doesn't need help. Sean Walden with the $2. Thank you, comrade. Megatron 2020, global domination. That is true. That is undeniably true. We can only hope. Radical Autism with the $30. That is incredibly generous of you. God damn. Hello there. Sorry for being late. Hey, you missed a lot, actually. The Hunter Avallone discussion was really, 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 really fun. Thank you so much for your generosity, comrade. The VODs will be out soon, but it was a really good time. You can fuck tankies if you want, Lich. Someone wants to debate tanky stuff. They're in Collins right now. Oh, I might have, but stream's almost over, so. Sake Tanuki with the $5. You missed the opportunity to have an Iom axe in your D&D stream stole by a guy named Values. Oh, Axiom. Axiomatic values. Nice. Hey, listen. It's still possible that we can arrive at that opportunity, okay? Eom axe. Axe of Eom. Use Val. We'll get there, comrade. We'll get there. There's always an opportunity. Jack Attack LP with the $5. Good tick reply. Count was too small, so take my money. You throw so many typos in your donos, comrade. Holy shit. Also, am part of mentioned organization. Stopped being active because it felt too C Jersey. Counter jerky? Still ML, but fuck tankies. Oh, wait, you're actually part of that organization? Oh, well, shit. Damn. Fucking, like, Spectre. Like, you guys, like, across the globe. The octopus tentacles all over the place, dude. Holy shit. Well, I never heard of this place before. I hope the email goes over well. Rory Island with the $5. I'm shilling like scum. Streaming some gay shit with my boyfriend tomorrow at 7 p.m. GMT. Hoping to see you there. Trans rights and ACAB. Well, Rory Island, if you don't provide a link, it's really hard for me to shill for you, but I hope that the stream goes well. I won't be streaming at that time, so I assume everyone who likes me can go ahead and enjoy your content, you know, instead. But yeah, good luck, comrade. I love you, buddy. I hope you know that. You're free to post links whenever you want. We are actually never finishing these donos. Vantahawk with the incredibly generous $10. Thank you so fucking much, comrade. I really, really appreciate that. Do you know much about Beau of the Fifth Column? You share a lot of commonality in terms of your views and approach to advocacy and aesthetics. Would be lit if you talk to him sometime. I know a fair bit about Beau of the Fifth Column, but I've never actually watched one of his videos. From what I've heard about him, I have a tremendous amount of respect for his approach to leftist advocacy. And I'm not out of the ballpark. Like, I'm not opposed at all talking to him. In fact, now that I'm getting, like, larger, you know, a decent chance of me being able to actually do that, which would be pretty nice, I think. I'll consider it. I'll consider it. Thank you, comrade. That's very, very kind of you. And Talcat with the $3. Hi, Vosh. Great stream. Just took some LSD. Love you. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing right now, but I love you. Hug. Love you, too. Enjoy your trip, comrade. Let me see what fucking Vermin's doing. Hold on. My word. This has been a phenomenal stream.
I'm going to close myself on here. Please let me know if the video is fucking up. If it is, I might need to restart my stream because I might have put it in the wrong encoding shit. Do you want an Eevee? I don't want to. I don't want any Pokemon right off the bat.
I might J Bushio.
Yeah, we don't have Peppa Hug. As you were messing with things just now, it chugged a little. Yeah. I'm not sure. I love all these soft colors. Thank you. Yeah, I decorated our wall finally. I got some art up there. Probably because of the announcement. Yeah, it seems like it doesn't do a very good job dealing with that kind of stuff. Get ready whenever I stream Pokemon. I get people asking if I want to trade. Yeah, I know though. Okay. Yo, am I good at host? Oh, have I been hosted? Hello to all the new people who...
No, I haven't hosted. You fucking...
Internet is handling two HD streams right now. Yeah, okay. Oh, no, I haven't hosted. Okay. Yeah, it might be chugging because, Bosch is still streaming. Oh, yes, you are good to host. Sorry, I'm dumb. Yes. So it might calm down.
Okay. Sorry, just, you know, couples being cute. I'm eating a fucking burrito, lads. Love you all. Been a great stream. You've been incredibly generous. Had a great time. We learned, we loved, we laughed, we lived. I'm gonna go host. And I'll go check out Neon Noir's shit and unban them, okay? Just as a personal favor-y do.